Okay, I think we're good now. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm getting better with it, but every now and again. Every now and again. Okay. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Okay, everyone. Sorry about all the silence here. I'm just getting everything ready to go. All right, Mary Doll, I can do that. Okay, let's get started here. All right, Mary, you're first on the list here. So what's your question, Mary? In the middle, I think. There we go. I want to do that. Hey there, only way is forward, and blueberry, and sure, we can do that. We can definitely do that, guys. Okay, so let's do this. We have Mary Doll. We have only way is forward. Yeah, blueberry, I can add you. All right, that's number 2. Number 3 is blueberry. All right, followed by blackberry and raspberry. Number 4 is going to be Ava Z. And how are you doing, Nina? And then Nina, if you want to be first, because you are a member, we can totally do that. So let me do that for you. If you want. Do you want me to put your name down? Do you have a question? You are welcome. Okay, you do have a question. Perfect, okay. So, go ahead, Nina, and ask your question. All right, I've got everyone on the list so far. Number 3 for blueberry. Yes, indeed. Nice, okay. All right, so we'll have Nina and we'll have Amber, and then we'll be to the free list here because Amber just paid, so she'll be on here in just a second. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, Amber. Okay. Let's do that. So I'm going to do Amber, or I'm going to do Nina's reading first, Amber, and then it will be your reading. So Let me do this for Nina. So let's use, these ones aren't bad, but let's use the energy oracle ones and see what we can come up with here. Okay. Outside of all the craziness, there is someone pursuing you. His name is Dwayne. I've been guarding him anyways. Can you give me a reading on me and him? Okay. So let's look at Dwayne's energy. Okay, Dwayne's energy. Hey, Jason. Alright, Dwayne's energy. 2 cards for Nina. Let's see what we can come up with here. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to read these towards you. So if they're in reverse like this, they're in reverse to me, but towards you they're upright. So this is rest and rejuvenation. And then we have, hey Cassandra, Magician in the Mirror, and this one's in reverse. So this is normally what it looks like. You've got this old dude, and he's holding up a portal. It looks like there's some flames and some ice magic. You know how it is with old wizard dudes. So unless Dwayne's a wizard, I'm going to say, I see rest and rejuvenation. To me, this is your energy with him. If you're feeling like you need to guard, I can understand that. If I see this in reverse, there must be a reason why you're guarding your energy. I'm going to draw one more card here, just to summarize the connection between Nina and Dwayne. What would it look like if Nina were to let her guard down around Dwayne? What would that energy be like? Here we go. You're very welcome, Nina. This one is Door to Romance. This one is in reverse towards you. So, yeah, I feel like you're guarding yourself for a reason, Nina. I would say the connection to me doesn't seem like a good one. The Magician in the Mirror is in reverse, and I view this as kind of like the Magician in the normal tarot. And generally speaking, the Magician in the normal tarot, when it's in reverse, can represent someone that can have some toxic traits or tendencies, or someone that could have some manipulation tactics. There we go, that's the word. So I think there's a reason why you were feeling guarded around Dwayne. But yeah, or you said you've been guarding him. I have a feeling do you mean you've been guarding him from yourself, or do you mean you've been protecting Dwayne from the school bullies? I'll put you on the list here, Jason. Okay. Does this make sense then, Nina, for you? You've been guarding him from yourself. Okay, all right. I was thinking that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure. You usually don't let people in your world. Usually, I can tell you're someone who kind of treat it like this, and it's a good thing to not be that way. A lot of people will say, oh, you're too cold, or you're too this or that, but it is an honor for someone to be in our energetic field, for someone to be next to us, for someone to be spending time with us. That is us saying, I appreciate you. He's persistent, and I told him he's coming on too heavy. Yeah, okay, so that would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, all right. So especially with that, especially with the kind of hurry up and let's do this or coming on too strong, yeah, there's red flags there for sure. People need to give you space to make up your own mind. If you're ever feeling rushed like a salesman trying to get you to buy that damn fridge, you know it's not for you, right? Because there's no rushing a relationship. So, yeah, I think you understand that though, but yeah. So I'm proud of you for saying they're coming on too strong, because that's a really good way to do it. That's a good way to do it. And I think that protection is super important, especially in this day and age. So, yeah. You're very welcome, Nina. Very, very welcome. And Amber, what were you wondering about? Okay. He claims he just wants to be friends, but I'm not open to that either. And that's fine. That's fine, Nina. If this person is ever if this person ever gets upset that you're setting up walls or boundaries, you can see that there's an issue there. So, yeah, you have the right to say who's in your life and who's not, and if you don't want to be friends with someone, or you feel like that's a way for them to kind of sneak their way into your, life in whatever way that is, then yeah, I would say trust that, because it sounds like you know what's going on. Okay, and then after Amber we have this person here. Okay, you're here listening in YouTube right now. Perfect. All right, so I read your question. I'm going to say Rex or Elisa. I don't know which. Either one, though. Either one is good. So let's do this. So you're after Amber, who I'm reading right now, and sometimes it does block the words. I have like a certain word filter on, but we will look at that for you, okay? We'll look and see what the dental board examinations are going to be. So I'm going to write your name down, and you'll be after Amber, who I'm going to read right now. Oh, and I forgot to do this part. Okay, so let's do this, and then this, and then a little bit of this. Okay. And hold on one second here. Okay. All right, so there we go. Okay, Amber says, there's a manager that passed on signing with. Is it too late to rekindle the opportunity? There's a manager that I passed on signing with. Is it too late to rekindle the opportunity? Let's look at that, Amber. Is it too late for Amber to rekindle the opportunity? We have the garden and the gate. This is towards you. Okay. Again, I'm sorry about the brightness. It's kind of... It's like I just need a little shield there. Then we have man holding a coin. This one is in reverse towards you. And then we have the thinking woman also in reverse. I'm looking at this, it looks like the opportunity has passed. If I'm looking at this, garden in the gate can be the grass is greener on the other side, or we're envying something that we didn't take, is how I would read that. But I always look at it because the way this person is looking is they're in this beautiful garden, but they're looking out to greener pastures. And so I feel like that's wanting something, but we didn't go after it. And then man holding a coin in reverse feels to me like it's an opportunity that has passed because the coin is in reverse. This is like there was an opportunity, it's passed. Thinking woman in reverse could have been maybe there was doubt, or maybe there was something that was blocking our judgment. I do feel there can be other opportunities that come your way, Amber, but this one to me looks like it's kind of done. But, you know, if you want to reach out and kind of see if there's something there, I'd say maybe try it. There's no harm in trying. Worst thing that happens is it's still a no. You know what I mean? It's not like they can do a super no and then you're like canceled. I would imagine you could ask and maybe something could happen. But right now it looks like it would be kind of difficult to get that started again. At least what I'm getting in the cards here. So move these up here. And you said... Okay, let's do this one here. You said what or who is on the horizon in your love life? Okay. Try it, Amber. I'm going to say this. Try reaching out just to see. Maybe there might have been a missed opportunity, but you don't know unless you try reaching out. Right now, the energies aren't looking super likely that anything's going to come of it, but, you know, maybe something can change, right? So I would say try reaching out if you want to. There's no harm done. You know, if anything, it shows that you're interested, and maybe later on you could work with this person. Maybe it's just a missed opportunity now, so sometimes that kind of stuff happens. If you reach out, though, well, I can draw one more card from here. So if you reach out, I get carrying connections. So I'm going to say this. Maybe they won't have an opportunity for you, but maybe they'll keep you in mind. If I see carrying connections, this could possibly be a good connection in the future. I don't feel like they're going to yell at you or be angry. Things happen and things change, and so if you feel like this could be a possible opportunity, look at it and see what happens. Because like I said, worst case scenario, they can't hire you now or they can't take you on now, but maybe in the future something can happen. So, might not be a bad idea. Okay, let's do this one. Hey there, Elizabeth. How's it going? Here we go. Let's shuffle these cards up here. Boom, boom. I am doing good, Elizabeth. I'm doing really good. Just doing a reading for Amber here. A good friend of the channel. She's been on here, I think, as long as you have. Awesome. Okay, there's Elisa. Perfect. So after Amber, it'll be your turn, Elisa, okay? We'll just read this next question for Amber, and then it will be your turn. So what is coming on the horizon in Amber's love life? Let's do 6 months here and just kind of take a gander. So we're going to do, let's do May. Help me out here. 6 months. All right, we'd have May. We'd have June, January. May, June, July, August, September, October. Okay, so we'll lay down 6 cards. May, June, July. Oh man. Elizabeth, I'll tell you right now, those kinds of people are the most irritating kinds. It's like, speak America, come on. It's ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Okay, so in May, we get the Devil. In June, we get, and I'll read what these mean here. I'm just going to throw them down. In June, we get the Daughter of Pentacles in reverse. In July, we get the Two of Swords. Okay, I'm going to move these ones up. In August, we get the Ten of Wands. And that one is in reverse. So that's actually not too bad to have that one in reverse. In September, Daughter of Cups. And then Two of Wands in October. So, what I'm seeing here, maybe there could be something in May, possibly a Capricorn coming towards you. Or we could be, you know, working on ourselves. I always look at the Devil card as like there's addictions or there's ways of being that can be overcome. There's no cards here for the 6 months that I'm seeing right now, Amber, with your current energy casting forward. Even with 6 cards, I don't feel like there's any love interests coming up. There might be an earth sign with this Devil card, and there might be something with a water sign, but the water sign feels like it could be a possible missed opportunity. Maybe you won't meet them in September, but maybe you'll meet them later on, or maybe it's like an acquaintance that you already know, but there could just be something, it's like two ships passing in the night kind of a thing. And I'm not, like, there's nothing here that says love to me. It's just kind of like, there could be something in May. There could be something in May with an earth sign. There could also be something, because if I see the Ten of Wands in reverse, which is this one right here, that to me can be a good card, because Ten of Wands upright is kind of like a burdened card. Like, it's usually someone that's carrying all these wands, and they make it look super heavy, like each wand weighs 100 pounds and they're just carrying it on their back. But in this case here, it's kind of like you're getting out of a situation and maybe you're being unburdened. So maybe something happens in May, June, July. So I would say from May, it looks like there's 2 opportunities. It looks like one is an earth sign, and it looks like another one could possibly be a water sign. But the water sign, because this one is in reverse, it feels subtle. It feels subtle. It doesn't feel like it's very concrete for whatever reason. So depending on how you play your cards, right? I mean, that's a pun, obviously. But depending on how you play your cards, I do think, we'll look at that. I do think you could get somewhere. So let's do this. Let's look at the Energy Oracle cards. What is the blockage for Amber? Deceit. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Deceit is going to be the blockage, so there's still some healing work that needs to be done, some self-love kind of work that needs to be done. I feel we're still trying to understand the value of us, and we're still in a phase here where there still needs to be some healing work done. Because the Deceit card, to me, when I see this, it's like you're lying to yourself, or there could be a tendency to lower our standards when we're around certain individuals. Like, we feel like we have to lower ourselves to meet others at times. But as soon as you start doing that, it's going to make it so it's really hard for the universe to give you more and more connections that are positive, because you're lowering your standards. And I feel like with this here, it's just going to be more of a healing thing. You need to know your worth, and then you can find someone who also knows your worth. But if you don't know, how could anybody else know your worth, you know? Even good people would have a hard time with someone that would be like that, because it's like, we're still learning, we're still trying to understand. All right, Maya, thank you so much for the donation here. You will be after Rex, who's coming up next, or Elisa, I mean. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yes, they have changed, but they've changed for the better. So, I'll show you what I'm doing here, Elizabeth. So we have one question for $4.99, 2 questions for $7.99, but if you're wondering about time frames and stuff like that, then it's $6.99 for a question with a time frame. You're very welcome, Amber, and it's $11.99 for 2 questions with time frames. So, because the time frames are more psychic, right? And so that's kind of what I'm doing now. Kind of makes it so that everyone, like the 1 question price has gone up, but the 2 question price used to be $10. So the 1 question price went up, but the 2 question price went down. So yeah, the prices did change. And let's do this one for Elisa here. Yes, you are. I don't think I've seen you here before. So let's do this for and welcome to the channel, Elisa. Elizabeth, I could interpret dreams in my sleep. I think we all could. But yes, I do interpret dreams. Tarot is nothing but symbols, and dreams are nothing but symbols. So yes. Okay. So we're going to answer Elisa's question here. Going to see what we can come up with. You're very welcome, Elisa, and thank you for the donation to the channel. Super appreciated. And again, welcome to the channel. All right. And yeah, okay. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Maya. Okay, let's do that. Thank you again, Maya. Super appreciated. And like I said, you'll be after Nina here, so, or Elisa. All right. Yes, Tisha, I can give you a reading. You can be put on the free list here, or you can pay to have your reading done faster. These are the prices I have right now, but it's up to you. The free list will be a second. You'll have to wait, but it's up to you what you would want to do. And also it's in the description too, and I do a lot of other services besides just answering questions. Okay. So, I'm actually going to find my phone here to see if I can, there it is. There it is. Because you put your question on here, so let me do that really quick. Okay, so Elisa says, let's see, question is, so Elisa, as we're looking at this question, there's nothing wrong with the way you ask the question, but I'm gonna say this right here. So the cards can tell us a lot of things, but when it comes to questions that have free will involved, and by free will I mean you're the part of the equation that can decide, like maybe you go to take the test and you're sick or you're under the weather, right? There can be a lot of factors that happen if we're taking tests or exams. And so I want you, regardless of what I say, to study hard. And if for some reason it's a no, understand that you can change that. And if it's a yes, that can also change. So nothing is... Oh. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like the new site. Yeah, it took me a very long time. But yeah, so you are the wild card in that, Elisa. So it's up to you on what you do, but we're going to get some cards and see what the energy you have right now is going to be if you take the exams that are coming up in May. So let's do that. Okay, one more shuffle here. Okay. Wow. That's a lot of major arcana. Okay, so here we have the Chariot. This right here is fast-moving energy, and it also usually represents Cancer. So this is a really good card, and your question has nothing to do with astrology. So, you know, apparently I'm just doing that now. I'll just say what sign it is, regardless. Anyway, Chariot card is fast-moving energy. This is a major arcana, which to me, this is a good sign. Things moving quickly, things moving in your direction. Actually, yeah, that's upright to you. Okay, I was looking at that wrong. This one's upright to you, so that's a good energy. Then we have the Hierophant. This one is in reverse. So what I'm seeing here is that there's this strong possibility you can pass, but the Hierophant being here while it's in reverse, to me, could feel like maybe something happens that's kind of out of your control. Hopefully that's not the case, you know? I'm hearing the word boundaries, or I'm hearing the word like disturbances, so I'm hoping that isn't the case. But that's something that I feel like I just want to kind of address real quick. So, awesome, Elizabeth, thank you. You'll be after Maya. Okay. There we go. Charlene, how's it going? And thank you for becoming a level 2 member. Super appreciated. Elizabeth is the only other level 2 member we have, and so that's awesome that both of you guys are helping to support the channel. Super awesome, actually. Okay. And I'll put your name here, Charlene. You can do your question here in just a second. We have some other people ahead of you, though. Yes, you failed the last time you took the exam. Okay, so that would make sense. We get the Death card here, which is things changing. That's a good sign right there. We get the Six of Wands. This one is upright. This is a sign of celebration. Then we get the... Wait a minute. No, this is the Four of Wands. This is foundational energy. Still a good card, though, because it's like the butterfly is flying out of this black abyss. Then we get the Six of Wands. This one is in reverse. This is a celebration card. If it's in reverse, it could be that maybe the celebration is delayed. But then we get this one right here. We get the Five of Pentacles. Okay, this one is in reverse to you. That's a good card here. So I'm going to say this. It's looking likely that you can pass the test, but you need to study for it, and you need to make sure that you're ready for anything that can come your way. To an extent, don't burn yourself out. Don't make it into something that's this huge, big ordeal. Be present with whatever it is that you're doing and try to calm yourself down as much as you can before you take the test. I think you can do very well, but also understand that you're the reason if you pass or if you fail. The cards right here can only tell you outcomes of things I feel like that are a little bit more stationary. The cards were never meant to be used for like exams and stuff like that, because you're the one that gets to answer that question. Like, I'll give you an example, Elisa, maybe this will make sense. Imagine someone said, am I going to win the lottery, right? And I drew some cards, and I drew the card that means you're going to win the lottery. Super rare to get, but it happens. Anyway, I'm just joking around, but I said, yes, you're going to win the lottery. And then that person's like, awesome, and they never bought a ticket. They never bought a ticket. So how would they win the lottery if they never bought a ticket? Free will plays a huge factor into these kinds of decisions. Because it is my last chance on May 22nd. Okay, so study, work hard. I think you can do very well, but really make sure you know your stuff. Inside and out. Inside the mouth, outside the mouth. If it's a dental exam, you need to know all that shit, okay? Teeth, mouth, tongue, cheeks. I don't know what dentists do, but yeah. But I wish you luck, Elisa. It's looking good. It's looking good. You just got to believe in yourself, and we got to relax as much as we can before the test. I get test anxiety. Not that that helps you in any way, but I'm just telling you my story, so yeah. Okay. You mean on May 20... Oh, okay. May 2022. Okay. Let me do this. Let me ask one more question here. So, or let me draw one more cards. So, this is ChanceStarot, and so ChanceStarot, he's giving you another chance here, right? It is Tisha. I can put you on the free list here, and Beloved Light. Yes, I can put you on there too. So let's put Tisha on the free list, and then let's put Beloved Light on the free list. I'm reading paid ones right now, and so it takes me a minute to get to the free list, but I promise I do before the night's over. I'm usually on for sometimes 5 or 6 hours, and I started about 30 minutes ago, so, but I promise I get to people for the free. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to draw 2 more cards for you. Elisa, to see what the outcome of the test will be if you study and you work hard. So let's do that. If Elisa studies and works hard, what will the outcome of the test be? All right. Okay, it's still up to you. Son of Wands here in reverse. Don't be too extreme with how you approach this. I know there can be a lot of pressure. I get that there can be a lot of pressure. But if we're worrying about what tomorrow brings, but we're not living in today, then we're missing out on a lot of opportunities. Life is a journey, not a destination that we arrive at. So, or life is the destination, and shit, I lost it. I'm gonna butcher the hell out of whatever I was trying to say. Life is a highway. I'm gonna ride it all night long. You can pass. You just gotta remain focused, and you gotta calm yourself as much as you can when you go to take the test. I do believe you can pass, but you just, even if it is the last time you can take it, you got to put the weight of the world off of your shoulders and realize that that doesn't serve any purpose. Be gentle with yourself, be kind with yourself, and give yourself the time and space that you need to get into a comfortable place before you go and take this test. That's what I would say. Okay. All right, I'm going to go to Maya's reading here. So let's do that. Are you still there, Maya? Okay. All right. That's all you can do. That's all you can do, Elisa, is that you can try to be gentle. Don't try too hard, okay? If we find ourselves trying too hard to be gentle, we're kind of missing the point. Well, thank you. Good dusk from America. Awesome, Maya's still here. Perfect. So let's shuffle some cards here, Maya. And let's see what we can do. Okay. One second here. All right, here we go. We're going to shuffle these cards here. We're going to see what we can come up with. So Maya was wondering, I'm going to read the question. We'll start with the first one. Why does Scott like you so much, and how... Okay. All right. Why does Scott like you so much, and how can you quickly make some money? Let's do that. So, first question, why does Scott like Maya so much? Okay, we have the Four of Wands. We have the Nine of Wands. We have the Six of Wands, and God, there's a lot of wands. There's a lot of wands. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right, and then let's draw some more here. Mother of Wands, the Tower card in reverse, and the Death card. Okay, so quite a few cards here. And here's kind of what I'm getting. So we're going to read from here first. I know it seems kind of weird that we're starting there first, but so Four of Wands, they could view you as a stable choice or as more of a stable person. There seems to be something that's attracting this person to you that feels more like, I guess, comfortable, or more like you bring a comfortable situation kind of energy, or a comfortable situational kind of energy. So there's just a comfort with you, with this person. We do get the Nine of Wands here, and then we do get the Six of Wands in reverse. So Nine of Wands can be someone who's going through a difficult time, or it can be something like that. So possibly this person maybe wants to help you if you're going through a difficult time, or maybe you've offered some help to this person in some way in the past that made them feel a little bit better. But this right here is kind of like taking the people's burdens off. No, you didn't. I'm doing the paid readings right now. So the paid readings get priority, and then I go to the free list after Only Way is Forward. I haven't even gone to the free list yet, so. All right, so then we have the Six of Wands in reverse right here. Normally this is a celebration card, but it feels to me like we could be dealing with someone who's going through, it does feel like difficult times here. Maybe someone who's trying to get in touch with their emotions, or someone who's trying to do that. There's a lot of fire sign here, because the wands are fire signs usually, or it can be someone who has fire sign tendencies. Maybe they can be a little hot-headed, or maybe they can be someone who's passionate about things, or someone who's intense, right? That's what I'm seeing here. Then we have this. We have the Mother of Swords, which I feel like they can see you as a smart person. They can see you as someone who has knowledge, or someone who is who can have a lot of practical qualities and traits. Someone I feel like who is grounded, more grounded. And I know this is a sword card, which means air, but in this instance it feels more grounded to me. Then we have the Tower card in reverse, which is kind of like delaying something. So maybe this person doesn't necessarily know what they want quite yet, and it feels like to me the intentions with them I feel like can be somewhat good, but there's also some confusion with this. If we have the Tower card in reverse, it's like we're delaying the inevitable, or we're delaying looking into something that we need to look at. Like we need to have things change in our life for things to either get better or for them to get worse and then get better. We need to have things change and move along, and it feels like this person clings to the past, or this person is stuck kind of in a stunted way. This person could be having immature qualities, or this person could be someone who doesn't look at themselves in a way most people look at themselves, I guess, would be like self-reflection. Maybe that's difficult for this person. Then we get this card. This one is the Death card. It can be Scorpio in nature, but it doesn't have to be. It can just have qualities or traits. But the Death card is also talking about things transitioning or things changing. So when we have this in reverse, then we have this right here, it feels like there can be a good connection here, but it seems like this person's going through something. And I feel like if for some reason you were to get involved at this point in time, just know that it feels like you would be kind of involved into a situation that feels like it's a little bit messy. I feel like this person still has to figure things out for themselves, possibly past relationships or things that happened in their past. It feels like this person holds on to a lot of emotions, and I don't feel like they know how to express these emotions in a healthy way, so it feels like they're just kind of holding back. But I think the reason they like you is because they see you as someone who can be grounded at times, practical, logical at times, but I think there's also a sense of just like feeling comfortable around you. And this person seems like someone who doesn't necessarily feel comfortable around a lot of people. Maybe they put on a front, or they seem like they are, but deep down it feels like this person has a hard time trusting people fully. And I get a sense that this person trusts you, but also this person's a little weary, possibly because of past relationships. But that's what I'm getting there. And then I know we have a butterfly here, but I saw a butterfly, and when I see a butterfly, I always view it as like this beautiful flying creature, but the wind, even a strong breeze, could tear holes in its wings, and so there could just be delicate, right? Yeah, Ava, you're number 4. We're still on the paid readings though here for just a second, but yeah. So does that answer that question for you, Maya? Where did I put my... Did I even bring them here? I don't think I did. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, and then I'll address your other question, Maya. 1 second. And then Elizabeth, it's you, and then Charlene, it's you. So hold on, guys. Awesome. Glad that makes sense. Okay. So, let's do this for you. Get it all shuffled up here. A quick way you can make money. Okay. That one, there are going to be a lot of answers to that. And I feel like if I'm looking at the cards, I can get an answer, I guess, but it's going to be more vague. There's tons of ways nowadays we can make money. Depending on what kind of skill set we have. Hey there, I speak my truth. Depending on what kind of skill set we have, we can make money doing almost anything. But if you're someone who's good at design work, for instance, like online stuff, that can work. There's doing like Uber Eats or DoorDash. I don't know if that's available where you are, Maya, but like delivering food to people can be a good way to make money. Delivering groceries to people if you have a car. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I am doing good, I speak. How are you? And let's see. I've tried a lot of them. I've tried a lot of ways to make money, especially make money from home. The mic sounds a little funky. It's one of those things, I want to fix it, right? But the MacBook I have doesn't have enough ports for me to get my good mic and have the second camera. And so I want people to see my hands, you know. But I can turn it up a little bit. Let me try doing that. You're getting over a cold. Well, good. At least you're getting over it. Does that sound better, Elizabeth, or is it too... Okay. I adjusted the volume by about 50%. Maybe that didn't do anything. I need to tune it more. I do. Yeah, I'll have to look into some stuff. Okay, so we have ways you can make money online. What do you feel like you're good at, Maya? What can you list? Can you give me a list of your qualities you feel like you're good at or skills? Oh, you're good, Elizabeth. Someone told me yesterday. Oh, someone told me yesterday that it sounded kind of different, and so yeah. Okay, you can hear me better. Perfect. It's probably just the amount of space that I have. I'm a little bit further from the laptop than usual, and the microphone's different. Good, we have another one. So we got Trixie in the house now, and she's our calico cat. So we got Yoshi, who's eating right now, then we have Hazel, and then we have Trixie, who's a calico. Beautiful. Beautiful girl. I got this picture of her. And let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, because she does this really cute thing. There it is. So she sleeps like this, and it's just, I don't know, I think it's hilarious. So she puts both of her paws out, and then she sits with both of her legs on either side of the couch, but she sleeps like that. And I just think it's funny. And then she can lay super flat, and I don't know. To me, it's just hilarious. And she has all these funny quirks, and she's just a fun little girl. So Maya, what? Maybe you're typing right now. I was just gonna say, what do you feel like you're good at? Because then we can kind of go into some stuff there. Oh yeah, baby all the way. She's so cute. She is so cute. Yeah, it is. It is. And then Elizabeth, she does a bunch of other weird things too. I'll have to see if I can get some other stuff she does on camera. She yeah, I'm the guy that gushes about his cat, but she's so cute and so sweet. She's never. I mean, she does get kind of playful, but she doesn't hurt you on purpose, which is good. You want a cat that's kind of sweet that way. Okay. Maybe you're typing still, Maya, but or maybe you don't want to answer that. I'll just keep going then. So let's do this. Let's get some cards here. Or no, let's do this one actually. Here we go. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Let's shuffle a couple more times here. What could Maya do to make money quickly? Okay. So this card is adjacent possibilities. It's kind of hard to see. There's like a way I can do it where there's like, okay, maybe not. Nope. Okay. So adjacent possibilities in reverse. Or no, that's upright to you. Strategy. Woman holding it. Okay. So basically, this is saying that if you can offer services to people that might be difficult for them to do, like a bunch of, I used to do a thing where I would clean houses for older people for a little bit of the green stuff. And then eventually I started asking for money. But anyway, so I would clean their houses and they would pay me. And one guy had more wintergreen lifesaver wrappers than I thought existed in the world. I mean, they were everywhere. He was an old dude, but he loved wintergreens. I don't blame him. They're pretty good. But adjacent possibilities feels to me like we haven't exhausted all the options that we have available. We need to do something that's innovative or something that has ingenuity into it. There's so many ways we can make money nowadays, but a lot of times people are looking for someone they can trust, or they're looking for a face they can trust. If you can put flyers up, maybe you could walk dogs, or um, you could help people with things in their yard. You could help people clean. If you're wanting to do something where you're self-employed, that would be a way to do it. But there's tons of options now, and if you can do internet design, if you can do any kind of design work, people love that. And you can learn to. I mean, it wouldn't be a quick way to make money, but you would make a lot of money if you learn how to code. That's also an option, like computer programs. It's an interesting question because for me, it's always been something that when you have a mindset that there's enough money that you can make, opportunities keep presenting themselves where you can make more money. But you kind of have to be looking in that mindset in the first place, which is difficult to do when you're asking how to make money quickly. Oh, I used to freelance when I was traveling. If you're a writer, there is this site where people do like a one-off payment to write. Wow, you got paid $100 for a single ad? Wow, that's awesome. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, you can get paid to write, you can get paid to do a bunch of stuff. It really just depends how you can get your foot in the door. Yeah, look and see if you do, Elizabeth, because that might be another option. I wish I could be more precise with this stuff, but career readings, not my specialty. I'm just going to say that. Um, I can do other kinds of readings, but if you're wondering, I can do a reading on what's going to happen in your job or what's going on with this person or stuff like that when it comes to finances and career. But if someone's asking me, what can I do to make money or how can I do this or that, I'm still learning. I'm still taking my classes. And so I think I just need to have more experience with those questions to be able to give an answer. Yeah, it was for a pet shop in London. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, good, Maya. Good. All right. You have a good one, okay, Maya? And thank you for coming in here. And I'll do Elizabeth's question now. Okay. Yes, Blueberry, your number is 3. You'll just have to wait a second. I have Elizabeth and then Charlene, unless someone else pays. And then I'm going to the free list, and I'll move quicker through the free list, okay? And if you guys stick with me, I can do 2 cards for each of you that are on the free list instead of 1. So just stick with me here. I'm going to try to let up on the card stuff. I used to charge per card. Now it's just going to be per question, and I'll see if I can get you guys some answers. So we'll see what we can do, okay? I just thank you guys for being patient. I know it takes me a second, but these are the guys that keep my channel going and keep this so I can do free readings in the first place. All right, Elizabeth says, question 1, looking for a message from Spirit, something they'd like me to know. Surprise me. All right, we're going to surprise Elizabeth with a answer from Spirit. All right, Spirit, let us hear it. Any blocks, we're going to clear them. Clear it. I missed it. Let's see what we can do there. You too. I don't think you have bad reception. I think all right, this is going to be ghetto, but I think it might work. Give me 1 second, guys. Maybe this will work. Oh, that's hot. Okay. 1 sec, because I'm going to do this. Okay, so I'm trying to get this working here, so like I said, give me 1 second, because if I can resolve this issue, then the rest of this is going to be a lot easier. Okay, here we go. Alright, I got one other option I can do. See if this even works. Alright, one more second here. Sorry, Elizabeth. But if I can resolve this, it's going to kind of work in everyone's favor, so. Well, I tried here, but... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, I can try one more time here, and if this doesn't work, then I'll just do the readings the way they are now, and by the time I get back here on May 2nd, the next time, my audio should be better, I'm hoping. So, sorry about all that, you guys, but I'm going to try one more time. And we'll see what we can do. It sounds perfect now. Maybe it's because I'm leaning in a little bit, but let me try this. One more thing we can do here. Okay. This is the last one we can do, and we'll see if it works. Oh wait, now it's echoey. Okay, how does it sound now? Does that sound better? Is that a little better, guys? It should be working through a shotgun mic now, so it should work a little bit better to pick up my voice, but you guys let me know if it sounds any better. Okay, did the quality change at all? Okay, awesome. Okay, so let's go in and look at this, see what we can do for you guys. Alright, so Elizabeth is wondering what she needs to know from Spirit. And wouldn't you know it, I am too. It did, it sounds better. Okay, perfect, perfect. I'm glad that sounds better. So I'll just use my Rode camera for my Rode microphone for my camera, so we'll just do it that way. Yes, Robert. I can add you. You're on the free list, my friend. Okay, so we have Broken Heart right here. We have Adjacent Possibilities in reverse. And then we have Victory in reverse. I'm going to draw 2 more cards here, just to get a little bit more idea. Okay. So, right here is basically Spirit is saying this. So we have Broken Heart in reverse. That's a good card to have in reverse because it means that you're healing. It means that you're in a healing phase in your life and on your journey. And so that to me is a really good card to have. Adjacent Possibilities in reverse. Some days we feel like it... Good. I'm glad it sounds good. Awesome, Charlene. Some days it feels like things can be more against us, right? There can be a feeling of kind of like we're regressing in a way, but we're not. We're not. On the spiritual path, a lot of times we'll take a few steps back, but it slingshots us forward. The end result is kind of like a slingshot effect. So taking a step back is something that you need. Good, Charlene. Awesome. I'm glad it sounds perfectly fine. I'm glad I figured out the microphone thing, so that's good. But hopefully that makes sense, Elizabeth. Victory being in reverse right here. This card to me is saying that you're doing really well on your journey, but again, sometimes you beat yourself up and you say, this isn't where I want to be, or this isn't how I want to do things, but you're doing the best you can with what you've got, and you couldn't ask yourself to do anything more, right? And your spirit team is saying, you're doing enough. You're doing enough. In fact, just days where you're just existing, you're just living, right? Some days, for me or for anybody, it's like it's hard to get out of bed. And some days I feel like I spend all day in bed. Some days it's difficult to do simple things. And even on those days, you're still a beautiful and amazing person. Because again, we're human beings, not human doings, okay? We don't need to be working to feel like we're valuable. We don't need to be making progress every single day to feel like we're valuable members of society. That's a Western way of thinking, but it doesn't help us in the long run because we never feel like we're doing good enough or that we are good enough. Strategy in reverse and woman holding a coin in reverse. You're battling these things. And like I said, some days are good, some days are bad. And then I had the word Capricorn come in, which is interesting. I don't know if there's a Capricorn that relates to this, but there was Capricorn for some reason. But yeah, primarily you're doing a really good job. Things are moving forward, but you gotta stop being hard on yourself. Because part of you, I feel like you're happy, you're a bubbly person, but another part of you, you're kind to other people, but at times you're very hard on yourself, and it needs to be something where we shift that. We need to focus on shifting that behavior and make it something where we can feel comfortable with ourselves when we're alone. We can feel that, and so that's kind of what I'm getting here. And then my left hand right on my wrist, or like right there, was starting to hurt for a second. It is so hard. I feel like I never do enough. I'm finally going to see my therapist again, and I hope it'll help too. Life has been a doozy to me, and I feel as though it is worth it. Absolutely, it's worth it. Absolutely. And therapy, I just had a session today. Honestly speaking, especially in this kind of work, and Elizabeth, if this is something you want to do, therapy to me is an essential part, because we can only help people as much as we've helped ourselves. And so therapy is a huge part in doing spiritual work, in my opinion, if it's something that we can do. If some people can't afford it, I understand that. Just try and learn on your healing journey, because you can find out information for free as well. We're in the age of information. Anything you want to know, it's on the internet. It's at your fingertips. Okay, we just need to study. We need to look at what we need to learn and go from there. Oh yeah, all the women in my family have Capricorn moons. I also talked to an entity I call Saturn. Interesting. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. So does that help that question then, Elizabeth? I think we answered that one. Let's do your second question here. And actually, what was your second question? Oh, second question. Any surprises coming your way? Hopefully good ones. Let's do this. Alrighty, let me take this here and let me go like that. Are you okay if I connect with your energy, Elizabeth? Right, asking for help was the hard part. And CPTSD is something that is very difficult for people. For those of you guys that don't know what CPTSD is, I can kind of define it in a way, and Elizabeth, you can tell me if I say it wrong, but CPTSD is basically where there's several experiences of trauma that kind of build up over time, and it puts us into a state of being triggered more easily at times. So we can have a lot of triggers that can be subconscious to us, and CPTSD with a therapist helps you to uncover what your triggers are so that you can work on how to get better from there on out, and so that we can kind of focus on that healing part of the journey. Was that accurate, Elizabeth? Or something you'd want to add? Yeah, it lets me know I'm right where I should be, even though I can see the way forward. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I'm going to try connecting with your energy here, and we'll go from there. Okay, very first thing I'm getting here is I'm getting an Aquarius, and then I'm getting a curtain. Aquarius and curtain. Did you cut out an Aquarius maybe recently, or have you been thinking about maybe getting rid of someone who has Aquarius traits? Because I see Aquarius and I see a curtain, and it's like either we're hiding something from this person or we're cutting them off. It's like we're pulling the curtain on this act. Then I'm hearing the word afraid. It feels like you're doing some spring cleaning here, is what I'm feeling. And maybe there's a fear of like something not coming in to take its place that's better, but I have a feeling things are going to happen for you in just the right way, and it's going to get better for you. It's going to get much better. Yes, it can. Emotional freedom technique. EFT is where you tap certain spots of your body to release trapped emotions. Aquariuses, okay, so Aquariuses can be kind of quirky, right? They're unique, they can be eccentric, they can also be cold. They can be smart asses, know-it-alls at times. You've cut out all me, so it is possible. Okay, okay. So as we're looking at this here, the Aquarius thing and then that Capricorn thing that came up was an interesting thing. So there is going to be some really good things coming your way, Elizabeth, but I'm seeing vegetables like growing. I don't know if you garden or if you've thought about gardening, but it's like I'm seeing vegetables starting to grow, and to me that's you getting ready for the harvest. Like it's kind of like you go through this difficult stuff, and then things start to grow out of those difficult situations because you're allowing time for things to do what they need to do. A lot of times in life we try to force situations to happen when they're not ready to happen, and it ends up hurting us in the long run. In this situation, though, you're going to be ready for the healing, and that's going to give you a sense of peace. I'm going to look forward here. Let's do the next 3 months and see what's coming towards you. Okay. Next 3 months, what's coming towards Elizabeth? So let's do this. I'll have the number 1. That's a big number 1. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay. So this will be, okay, you do like gardening. Perfect. All right, so let me focus on this here. So number 1, what's coming towards Elizabeth in the month of May? Have you been looking at Elizabeth, and maybe you're entertaining it more now, but have you been looking at plant-based medicines like ayahuasca or peyote? I know we've talked about this before, but have you done a little bit more research into that, and maybe you're thinking a little bit more about it? Because I get unique experiences coming in here, and then I felt like I was being called to something that felt more shamanic in nature. Hey, Obida, how are you doing? And that would be in May. Okay, so I'll put you on the list, Obida. You're on the free list, and we'll get to that here. But welcome back to the channel. And that drains me. Don't know why, but Aquarius reminded me of how sometimes I can't sleep because of my... Yeah, okay, so that would make sense. Yeah, hypervigilance is something that people with CPTSD have a lot. And that's something that can absolutely be exhausting. Going into a room or a situation and looking for ways out, planning your escape route in case something does happen. It can be a lot. It can be very overwhelming, and the stimulation from simple things can sometimes be too much. Yeah. You want to find someone who can teach you the shamanic way. You've been looking for it. Maybe in May something could come up, but I feel like you need to put yourself out there more. For a teacher, I mean. Okay, yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Maybe in May something could come up for a possible teaching experience, because it said unique experience, and then I went to the plant medicine and I went to the shamanic part, but I do feel like we have to put ourselves out there more to find somebody. A lot of times the shamanic journey has incredible benefits, right? It's not just about the journey itself, it's about the benefits that come therein, and then the way we could possibly help people moving forward. And so yeah, that would be a good thing for you to do. The shamanic path is not, it's not an easy path by any means, because there's a lot that the soul kind of needs to, there's a lot that you will know and you will understand, but the soul is the one that's translating the language, so it won't make sense to the logical mind, but it will make sense to the intuitive mind, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I've looked into this a little bit. I understand a little bit about this, and I'm by no means am an expert, but I do know CPTSD and PTSD and basically just those ones. I probably know some other ones. I just can't think of them. But so the month of May, unique experiences. You feel so called to it like an itch. I hear you. And Beauty X, yes, I can put you on the list here. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go back to this list here. So unique experiences in May, it feels like, but you're going to have to put yourself out there. Like I was saying, it's not going to be something that comes in a way that's like, you know, we're sitting around and it just happens. The shamanic journey is something that when it starts calling you, you're also calling it. As the way I view it is like this: the shamanic journey, as soon as you start feeling a call towards a shamanic journey, the shamanic journey is feeling a call towards you. and eventually you meet with this thing, but it's like the universe will keep asking, are you sure, is this what you want? But we have to make a lot of effort and stride for us to reach those goals, because they generally don't just happen. It's hidden knowledge, and in order for someone to get the shamanic way or any kind of spiritual information and actually be able to utilize it in a practical way, because you're taking something from the ethers and you're bringing it back into the physical, in order to do that, we have to be open and ready to receive that kind of information. You're a genuine dude. I'm grateful to be in the same timeline as you, you know. It has helped a lot. You're a good teacher for sure. Thank you, Elizabeth. That's very sweet. Thank you. And I appreciate that very much. And we can all learn a little more, right? I feel like I've got a lot more learning to do, but you saying I'm a good teacher, that makes me very happy, because that's what I eventually want to do. I'm sort of doing it now. Anyway. Let's see what we get in June and then July. Unique experiences. I know that sounds vague, but it feels like you're being more adventurous and you're putting yourself out there more. And then in June, I'm seeing something. Well, I'm going to say July. It's like, so I'm seeing rain, and then I'm feeling like we're doing, maybe in July we'll look into rituals more. Part of you, I think, knows about ritual magic or knows about the ritual side of things, but I don't feel like you've dived in super deep to the topic yet, and something in July feels like it's calling you towards the occult side, not in the shamanic way necessarily, but more in the way of just hidden knowledge for the sake of hidden knowledge, because magic, those different kinds of things, those can absolutely be something that play a factor in our development. I got these old man lozenges. So, I'm going to have one. They're lemon. They're really good. Tastes just like an old man. Like a lemon old man. You know what I mean. All right. So there's actually a lot of good blessings coming your way, Elizabeth. And sometimes I feel like the cards, when I shuffle them, they speak more about obstacles. Every time before I come on here, I say to my spirit team, not every time, I try to do this every time. I shouldn't say every time. But I did this time. I say, give me messages that are helpful for people that need help. Give me messages that can point people in the right direction and what they need to do. And a lot of times those messages come through obstacles and challenges. Because when we are uncomfortable, when we're in a state of suffering, there's also a state of enlightenment that comes from that, and there's learning that can only happen when we're in those states. Just because that's kind of how humans learn. We learn through contrast, primarily. So, and I've talked about this with you many times, Elizabeth, but we learn through dualistic reality concepts, which means we learn hot from cold, we learn day from night, we learn black from white, left from right. That whole thing, okay? And it goes on forever and ever. Whatever there is, there's also an opposite to it. And a lot of times humans learn through that kind of approach. Anyway, is that making sense so far, Elizabeth? This is interesting. In June, I'm getting the words June, and then, or I'm getting the words quiet, and then habits building. I'm wondering if you're going to do something where there's like a meditation retreat, or there's something here. Part of me feels like you're being called in a direction that's requiring you to have this sense of inner peace. And I feel like actively exploring that would be good, like going to places where you can meditate and you can practice that more. Part of me, Elizabeth, I know you have a lot of psychic power. I know you have a lot of psychic energy. And there can be a fear of harnessing that energy. But that energy is your teacher. That energy that is with you, that is your teacher. And for you to become acclimated to it and for you to become used to it, you have to start expressing it and practicing with it. And I know you do in certain ways. I feel like we've talked about this, more astral projection, more lucid dreaming, in the ethereal realm kind of ways. But there's also things you can do in the physical, right? I had something light a fire in me that made me want to pursue a public platform. This really popular spiritualist had some really poor views on suicide, and it enraged me that they had a platform. I really want to challenge that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think they're an Aquarius. Ah, okay. Okay, so that would make sense. And that's such a sensitive topic, and I've heard people throw out tons of what I feel is misinformation on that topic. And it enrages me too. There needs to be people out there that are challenging that. There has to be people out there that are challenging that. And Elizabeth, if that's something you want to do, you want to help in a way right the wrongs and talk about things in an open way, I think that's beautiful. Honestly, and topics like this, they're not talked about because people, there's too much taboo around them. And so when they are talked about by these higher figures and it's misinformation, people will still take it in as being information. And yeah, I'm sorry that happened, but at the same time, you becoming enraged showed you where your passions were. Like when that happened, you understood how you felt about it, and it gave you a sense of drive to move forward. Anger can be a productive force too. I mean, of course you're upset, but it can also be something where it shows you where your emotions are and where your ability to possibly help the world can be. So that's what I've got for you, Elizabeth. Does that help answer those questions for you? There we go. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Okay, so like I said to all the people on the free list, I'm coming to you next after Charlene's reading, unless someone else comes in and pays. But we'll do 2 cards for each person on this live instead of just 1, okay? So we'll get a little bit more information for you guys. And it's just kind of my way of saying thank you, because normally we do 2, or we do just 1. But we'll try to get a little bit more information. So, Charlene, what was your question? I'm going to do this really quick. Hopefully you're still there, Charlene. And by the way, how are you feeling? Are you feeling okay? Oh, go for it. Go for it, Elizabeth. No spoilers for me, though. I'm going to want to see that one, too. The Secrets of Dumbledore. I have a feeling it's, they're probably not, like, bad secrets. They're probably good secrets. Like, maybe he loves too much, you know? Maybe that's his secret. Okay, Charlene, are you there? I know I took a minute. All right, well, when Charlene comes back, we'll do her reading. But for right now, Mary Doll, are you there? Okay, we're going to start going through the list here. So I'm going to say this: Mary Doll, Only Way Forward, or Blueberry. Are you guys there? Have fun though at that premiere, Elizabeth. That does sound fun, actually. Okay. So Ava Z, Jason, or Tish. Oh, Blueberry's here. Perfect. Okay, Blueberry. What was your question? And thank you for being patient. Appreciate that, guys. I know I take a minute, but they're the reasons why I can do the free readings in the first place, the people that pay. So. All right. All right, so we'll do Blueberry's question, and then I'll ask and see who else is here, Beloved Light, but you'll be coming up quick if it's anything to be concerned about. So just give me a second. Let's do Blueberry's question. Hello, my name is Tareem, and I want to know what my spirit guides want me to know currently. And you are a Gemini. Okay. All right, perfect. So let's do 2 cards here. What do your guides want you to know currently? What do your 2 guides want you to know currently? What do your guides want you to know currently? Let's do this here. So we have the Moon and the Hierophant. Those are major arcana cards, and so yeah, I feel like this one's from Spirit. The Moon is about listening to the subtleties that are all around us, and what that means is this. If we're wanting to tune into spirit guides, we're wanting to tune into that, we need to quit thinking with the human mind, and we need to start focusing on what we're feeling and how we're feeling it. A lot of times we think logically about things, but in the spirit world, they don't give a damn about logic. It's not about logic. But in this human realm, in the physical realm, logic is kind of the thing that keeps us alive, right? And that's something that I feel is going to be something to look forward to, is getting into a more subtle state, getting into where we can hear things when it's very, very quiet. And what I mean by that is the spirit messages, because spirit speaks to us through symbols, and it speaks to us through any number of things, right? The other day, I walked in here. My room is basically just right back here. And when I walked back there, my fan was spinning, and I could hear it sounded like music or chanting from the fan blades spinning. And so there can be this feeling of like messages can come from anywhere, and there can be this kind of magical energy that pervades everything else, right? And the Moon card is a really good card. It talks about the subconscious. It talks about how we can focus on that. And if you look at this, okay, we have the Moon right here, but then we also have water right here. The water represents emotional depth, but it also represents the subconscious, like we're diving deep. And so the deeper we go into our own subconscious, the more that we can rely on our own sense of self-judgment, and the less we rely on other people to tell us what to do or how to do it. And so it's kind of like self-actualization, or focusing on developing things in a more spiritual way. Oh, absolutely, dreams are important. Yes, they are. The Hierophant is maybe part of you is wanting to do things in a more traditional way, but sometimes we're not meant for more traditional things. So be open to all possibilities. The traditional way has been done so many times that I feel like if we're doing something and it feels unique or it feels untraditional, I feel like that's when you know you're onto something, right? It's okay to stand out. It's okay to focus on allowing yourself to shine, even if other people don't understand or other people try to block their eyes from the light. That just means they aren't ready to see what you have to offer. It doesn't mean that you need to lower your light. So that's what I've got for you, Blueberry. Hopefully that helps answer that question. And I'm going to go to the next one here. All right. Ava Z, Jason, or Tisha? Ava Z, Jano, or Tisha? All right, beloved light, if you're still there, go for it. Oh, there we go. There's Charlene. There's Ava Z. Here, okay. So let's do this. What's coming towards you in the next few months? You feel good. Awesome. You're very welcome, Blueberry. All right, so let's do this. I'll go to Charlene's question because she came back in and she's a member. You felt hot off and on today. Kind of like fever-like symptoms or flu-like symptoms. There can be a feeling of just heat going crazy. Yes, your name's coming up here. So what I'm going to do is this. I have Charlene on here, and I'm going to give her a 3-card reading, and then after that, I'm going to do Ava's reading, and then it will be your turn, Tisha. Yes, okay, Charlene, you're here. Perfect. All right. Hey, Lolita. I can add you on the list here. Hold on. Okay. You're welcome. All right. So what's coming towards you in the next few months? What is coming towards Charlene in the next few months? Oh. One more. What's coming towards Charlene in the next few months? Okay, so here's what we got here. So we have Judgment in reverse, Queen of Cups in reverse, and then we have Two of Coins. So what I'm seeing here in the next few months, we're going to be faced with some decisions. And these right here are going to be big decisions. It feels like we're going to have a choice, rather we're going to, sorry about that, whether we're going to pursue something or not. And based on what we were talking about yesterday, Charlene, I feel like you know what this could be pertaining to. The Queen of Cups here, I feel like is going to be having the strength to walk away from things that aren't serving us. And I mean really walking away, like we're done. We're ready to go. We're ready to let go. The mind can say we're wanting to do this and move forward, but the heart can say, well, wait a minute, right? And what happens in these situations is because, and Charlene, I think you're a beautiful person. I think you're very lovely, right? But here's what I'm feeling. Good people, they always see the good in other people, and they think that other people are good by nature. And so you kind of put that and you project it onto others, and you think, okay, well, this person's a good person too because I'm a good person. I have morals, I have standards, right? But that's not always the case. And so this is going to be you moving on and putting yourself and your people in your life first. And I want you to do it in a way that is showing that you care about yourself. And the way we can do that is by saying what we will and will not stand for. Because then the universe can give us what it is that we need for us to heal. The Two of Coins right here, like I said, this is a choice. We're working on this. Judgment is purpose, okay? This one is in reverse. The Queen of Cups is in reverse. The Two of Coins is upright. Two of Coins is a choice, possibly financially, but it can represent other things, but we'll focus on more financial things. So there could be opportunities that present themselves to you and your situation, and it's up to you on which way you want to go, right? But from what we were talking about yesterday, I do feel like you have a rough idea of where you would want to go. We just need to stabilize that a little bit more. I think it's going to be okay. The emotional impact that this can have on you can be a lot because we're working with deeper wounds, but what happens is over time, when we learn how to express these feelings and emotions and we do things that are good for us, over time we start to feel better and better and lighter, and we can see things much more clearly because we're starting to heal. And the more that we heal, the more that we look at ourselves and we value ourselves because we've come a long way on our journey. It takes time, it takes effort, but it's always worth it. And so that's what I'm seeing here. Good things can come your way. There will be some hardships, some decisions that have to be made, but I do feel like it's ultimately going to be a very good thing for you. These cards I feel like want to be upright. And when they're upright, we're talking about someone who has emotional fulfillment, someone who feels like they have their purpose, they have this thing. and they have their place in the world. And I feel like as time goes on, you're going to find more and more of that coming your way in the next few months. So, does that make sense to you, Charlene? Yeah, I can add you on the list, Vari. Or Vari. You're on the list. Awesome. I'm glad that made sense. And now that you remember, Charlene, when you're on here, you get priority. The paid readings get priority first, but then the members get priority over the free readings, right? And so that's how it operates. But you'll get 3 cards for a free question each and every time I'm on if you want to come on, and that's like 12 times a month usually. You're welcome, Vari. Okay. All right. So let's do Ava's reading, and then we're gonna do. Let's do Ava's reading here. So Ava Z, what was your message? And thanks again, Charlene, for supporting the channel. Totally, I mean, no exaggeration, it does mean a lot to me. The more supporters we get, the more free questions we can do, and it can just help other people, so. And hell, if we get a ton of supporters, I can start teaching classes for everybody too, but again, that's a little bit down the road. Will me and Ben actually have a relationship, or will it fizzle out before we can meet in person? Okay. Will Ava Z and Ben actually have a relationship, or will it fizzle out? Will Ava and Ben actually have a relationship, or will it fizzle on out of here? Let's look. Thank you, Charlene. That's very sweet. That's very kind. Did, You're very welcome, Charlene. Obida, can I ask you why you're asking people if they're from India? I'm just curious. There's not really a hello, it's just like India? Like, I mean, or... We're going to be best friends. Awesome. I look forward to that, Charlene. Any way that we can help and get this going, I think that's going to be awesome. Did you have a question, or was that just a donation for a donation? Gotta crack that neck, man. Alrighty, let's do this here. Will Ava and Ben actually have a relationship? Let's do 2 cards, because that's what I was telling people we would do for the freeze this time around. So 2 cards. We get the Ace of Wands this way. So the Ace of Wands is upright. The Justice card is in reverse. So I'm going to say... it might fizzle out. It might fizzle out. When I see this, I look at the Ace of Wands, it can be a sex card, and then that's kind of it. So hopefully I'm wrong with that, but it's like a card of like having sex, and then that can be it, right? And that's what I'm feeling like this card could possibly be pertaining to, because Justice is in reverse. And so it's like things being unbalanced, right? And so I'm hoping that's not the case for you, Ava. Hopefully it's a good connection, but kind of be careful going into it. If it's feeling rushed, or if it's feeling forced in any way and it's not an organic connection, kind of feel for that. And especially when it comes to, and I'm going to sound like your dad here, and I'm sorry, but when it comes to intimacy with somebody, make sure that you know what's going on, right? Make sure that this person seems trustworthy and they seem kind, but Justice in reverse is making me feel like there's an imbalance with this person. So it might fizzle out, or it might just be a sexual fling and then maybe it's over. But I'm hoping I'm wrong on both of those and you get something that you really want out of this. But that's what I'm seeing here. So, okay, and then Tisha says, are me and Craig going to make it through this rough patch? All right. So, Tisha, you're looking for cards. I know you're looking for cards, but can I give some advice as well? If you didn't notice, Tisha, I enjoy talking. Whether I'm doing my lives or not, I'm going to be talking to a corner somewhere. You hope you get to dump him first. Yeah, Ava, that's actually pretty funny. Oh, man. Well, we'll see what happens, Ava. I'm hoping I'm wrong with that. I don't want to be right. I don't want to be this ball breaker guy. I feel like that's all I do. Like Miley Cyrus, I come in and I'm breaking balls. It's not good. Okay. So, relationship-wise, so Tisha, I've been in a relationship for 13 years, okay? In that amount of time, I've learned more. I've learned a lot. And I know for a successful relationship, if you want to know if you're going to make it with somebody, there has to be a few key concepts, a few key core concepts. Okay? And one of those is going to be this. Actually, a few of those are going to be this. Communication is going to be a huge one. Trust and loyalty is going to be a huge one. Oh, thank you, Vari. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. Kindness and appreciation are going to be other ones. Basically, what this means is this. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you get in a fight, do you guys communicate about the fight and move on and resolve it? Or do you guys sit there, you don't talk about it, and the next day you act like nothing happened? That's going to be one question I have for you. The other thing is, do they appreciate you? Do they ask you how your day is? Do they seem interested in what's going on in your life, or is it just about them? That's going to be another thing moving forward. Sometimes we'll use relationships as a form of escapism because it means we don't have to focus on ourselves. And when we're escaping into relationships, we can attract just the wrong kind of partner because we're still in a place where we need to heal some trauma that's possibly happened. But again, it really depends on how this person treats you. But for you to come on here and ask if Craig is going to be, if you guys can make it through this rough patch, something tells me you can't talk to Craig in some way, or things aren't as open as you would like them to be. So you can tell me if any of that resonates, or if I'm wrong, or to stick my hand up my ass. You know, I don't know what you're going to do. You give me enough money, though, I'll do it. So, old man lozenge got stuck. That's good. He's a great guy. Okay. All right. We'll do some cards then. I throw that out as an aside, just to do that. You're just hoping you make it through it. Okay. Let's look at the cards. I give that as a little bit of advice, Tisha, because it's some people, actually a lot of people, they don't have a good relationship, and they haven't had a good relationship with hardly anyone. And so our GPS for finding the right person can be skewed, you know, but if he is a great guy, let's look. And if it is a small argument and he is a great guy, then it shouldn't mean anything. You're welcome, Tisha. But I'll say this too, men, because I is one of them, have very sensitive egos. We're talking about our pride can be insulted by a slight breeze if the wind says our name funny. And that's fun, to tiptoe around a man's ego. Okay, let's do this here. I feel like I do, Obida, with most of relationships, yeah. And if I tell you guys what it is, that is a whole long discussion. But it makes me sound all mysterious and shit, doesn't it? Like, I know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you. Just give me a second here. Four of Swords. Okay. He does have a sensitive ego, that's the thing. I know this because I is one of them. I've worked on my ego, I would like to say. But that in itself is kind of ego, isn't it? I'm boosting up my own ego by saying I've worked on it. So I have some work to do. Yeah, the sensitive ego thing gets kind of old pretty fast. My girlfriend could attest to that fact. Okay, so we have Four of Swords right here, and we have King of Swords right here. Four of Swords is a resting card. It's like taking a break, moving things on. King of Swords could be someone that's way too much in their head. There's a possibility that you can make it through this with Craig, right? But I'm going to draw one more card here just to see. That's one of the things, Obida. That's one of them, but that's not you. That's not the core issue. No, you're good, Lolita, and I'm upset that you have to visit another website. This is all you need. This is going to be your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, your entertainment, your family fun. This is all you need right here. You don't need to visit another website. No, you're good. Your turn hasn't come up yet. Okay. Let's do this here. Will Tisha and Craig get through this rough spot? Storm warning, but it's in reverse. So I'm going to say this. I see storm warning in reverse. It could be that there's going to be some... was on Depop. Depop. That's a clothing site, right? Or is it a place where you... I don't know anymore. So, Four of Swords, taking a break or taking a rest. King of Swords, being right here. We both have our differences. We're exactly alike, LOL, stubborn. Oh, that's fun to work with, isn't it? That's the funnest thing. When both of you are stubborn, oh my god, I can imagine the ways that you guys don't say sorry to each other must be immense. Being stubborn sucks. I should know, I'm a Taurus, notoriously stubborn for no reason. I could have a plan to do the thing that the person wants me to do, and as soon as they tell me to do it, I'm like, nah, I don't want to. I hate that about myself. It's like, why do I do that? Why am I so damn obstinate sometimes? For no reason. I've worked on it, though. Anyway. I do feel like you'll be okay with this person, but communication needs to be key in the relationship. If there isn't a willingness to communicate, or let's say this, communication after an argument is really important, because we need to use statements like, I feel, or like those statements are going to be good because it's not putting blame on someone for what they've done necessarily, even if they did do something that was messed up. We use I feel statements because it kind of separates us from the situation emotionally, and it lets the other person know that you're feeling this way and not that it was this way necessarily. So I feel statements are good, but also when the other person is talking, we let them talk, and then when we're talking, hopefully we get to talk and it's a respectful thing. Whenever I argue, with people. I let them talk and then I talk. If it gets really heated though, of course I turn into a barbarian and just start screaming. But other than that, giving people room to speak about what's bothering them means that they'll give you room to speak, hopefully, as well. So that's what I've got for you. Hopefully that helps. And so now we'll do this. Beloved Light, Robert. Beloved Light or Robert. Are you guys there? And I'll say this for relationships and what I feel like is wrong in relationships. Yes, Obida, like you said, one person caring and the other one not is kind of par for the course, but there's another reason why relationships don't work out. And it's because from media of any kind, books, movies, music, there's this romanticism that people have. And with romanticism, you're separating yourself from reality. There's this feeling of this, right? So romanticism speaks of something that's like this. Romanticism comes in and it says, okay, Hallmark movies are real and Lifetime movies are real. Okay, Disney movies are real. And guess what? When you're with somebody, you're going to be able to read each other's minds. Okay? You're going to be able to understand what that person's thinking. They don't even need to tell you, right? And then we get mad at our partner because they can't read our minds. And it's like, well, damn it, right? I'm a psychic and I can't even do that shit. Communication is the most important thing. People think relationships are easy. And relationships can at times be easy, yes, but they are a lot of work as well. A good relationship takes work and it takes maintenance to maintain a relationship. If we're coasting by in a relationship, then more than likely that relationship is not going to last too long. We have to keep doing things because there's 3 people in a relationship. And what I mean is this. You have you as a person, as an individual, you have the partner as an individual, and then you have you two as a couple or like a unit, right? And if all 3 of those people in the relationship are growing, then that means it's going to stay alive, it's going to stay fresh. If there's this sense of growth, of evolution, and we don't limit someone else's expression of themselves, that means there's going to be a lot of growth in those areas. But if that isn't the case, okay, then that makes it difficult. But like I said, romanticism, the Disney movies that we watched, the prince and princess living happily ever after, they never had an argument, they didn't fart ever, no, it doesn't work that way, right? Just the farting thing alone, I mean, a few times a day at least. But yeah. So let me read this. Do you feel like I will prosper investing into stocks? I've been doing my research and studying those stocks that are about to skyrocket, planning ahead basically. Let's look. King Leo or Robert. Both King Leo Robert the second. Let's see what we can find for you. But a lot of the mind reading stems from this, and I'll explain this to you guys. Why do we think our partners can read our minds? It's because when we were very young and we were babies, we would cry and our parents could meet our needs. But our needs when we were very young were incredibly basic and simple. Our needs were, I need to have my diaper changed. Okay, I still have that one today. Don't ask questions. The second one is food. The third one is water, or they just need attention or they need company. But there's not too much that a baby can ask for. The baby's not going to say, can I go on Facebook and check my photos? Can I do something like that? The baby is crying for basic needs. And because our parents meet those needs and it seems like they can read our mind, we kind of expect that as we get older into different relationships. And so it makes it very difficult to compare that first relationship with this, because as we get older, we become much, much, much more complex. For instance, when I cry, it can be for food, but most of the time it's because I'm sad about any number of things. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of where it stems from. All right, will Robert prosper in investing into stocks? Will Robert prosper on investing into stocks? Let's see. See what we can find for Robert here. Alright. We have door to value in reverse. Or no, door to value is upright. Okay, that's good. Strength is in reverse. So, Robert, do this. I do feel like you're going to have some success, but you're going to have to get a little wet behind the ears. And what that means is go into these stocks and invest an amount that you're able to lose without thinking anything of it. Like, 10, 20 bucks. Not a huge deal. Don't invest a large amount of money your first time. And even start a fake account, right? And what I mean by a fake account is there's websites where you can start an account and you have play money. And you can try and see if you would have invested real money, what the returns would have been on that. But you need to practice this before you think, okay, I'm going to go all in or I'm going to start investing. You need to see how your senses are. You need to see how things are going. And that makes it a lot easier, but you have to try first. Door to value is a good card here, but you're going to be learning a new skill. And if a few investments don't go the right way, don't give up. Keep investing a little bit, and once you get comfortable with it and you understand the market, or you feel like you do, invest a little bit more, but start small and then add a little bit more here when you get more confident, but just don't go all in. That's what I feel for you, Robert. Hey there, Ivory. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys, but the next person that's gonna be up here, let's do Mary Doll, Only Way Forward, or Jason. Mary Doll, Only Way Forward, or Jason. Hopefully one of you guys comes down here. I'll give you a second. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Okay, we can do that. We can do that, Ivory. No, Beloved Light, if you want to go for it. You can ask your question. And you're on the list, Ivory. Yes, you can. The 7 impossible. All right, Lolita, you're good. Thank you so much, the impossible. So I'll put you on the list here. We got a few people on the free list that could be going in front of you. Okay, there we go. There's beloved light. So let me do this here. And the 7 impossible. Okay. You're on the list, my friend. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Hopefully you like the way I do things here. If you don't, you know, oh well. It's my channel. Okay, I'll let you know when it's your turn. Okay, the 7 impossible, so just wait a little bit here. And am I doing my rituals incorrectly to get my roommate out? I'm trying to see if it's me or something else. What are you doing a binding ritual? Or are you doing, like, what is it that you're doing exactly? I don't really know the 7 impossible, how many before you. I would say maybe 6 or 7. Or maybe a little bit more. It just depends if people are here or they're not here. So you'll just have to wait a little bit. No, it's not your turn. I'm saying you'll have to wait a little bit. I'll let you know. I'll let you know when it's your turn. The 1 Taurus. Writing candle. Okay. Writing candle, hot foot powder, chanting. Okay. All right. How are you doing, Chantel? And imagining's good. Imagining's good. Okay. And I'm sure you have your reasons for wanting to do these kinds of rituals, right? To try to get them to move out. I can understand that. You're starting to get offended. Okay. From what I'm saying? Or from what your roommate is doing? I can understand that. I can understand. I wasn't thinking it was black magic. It's kind of like you want to bind or you want to make it so that someone's actions don't affect you. I can get that. Let's look here. Have you tried using... something's telling me to use cloves or peppercorn as well. I'm not someone who does spell work, but I just had that kind of thing. Alright, let's see what we can find here. So, are beloved rites rituals working? So we have Angel, tomorrow's a full moon. Okay. That would be a good time for manifesting. Generally speaking, you have, from what I understand, you have 3 days before, 3 days after, but the day of the full moon is generally a good time for ritual. Anything like that, because of the cycles. But, so we have Angel of Strength in reverse, okay? And then we have Anxiety. So it feels like one of the things is, I feel like you're wanting to do this. You're not wanting any harm to come to the person. Obviously, that's a good thing. You just want to have peace. Nothing wrong with that. I, too, am a hobbit myself. I get it. But there just could be some doubt on your end, is what I can feel. If I see Anxiety in reverse, it's like you feel you have the capability and the power, but maybe part of you feels like this could be beyond you, but I don't feel like it is. And if you... Okay. I'm going to say this, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way because it's going to sound like I'm being an asshole. Maybe I am, but I'm just going to say it like this. If we have to ask if a ritual is working or not, then no, right? We should be able to feel it, or we should be able to connect with it in some sort of sense. We cast it, and then we check in on the energy maybe once. You can make as grand a ritual as you want, but every time you're wondering if you're thinking it happened or it went through, you're calling back that energy to start over again. We need to let it roam and do its thing. Every time we think about it, it's like it's on a leash and it has to come right back to us and then go back out again. So we have to look at it in a way where we're not doubting the process. If we really want something to come from it, we have to not have any doubts or not keep thinking about it, which is easier said than done. I know that, but that's something I've learned, because it just keeps yo-yoing back, you know. But the imaging is good, imagining is good, but let's do this, beloved light. So I want you to, let's do imagining 2.0 or 3.0, okay? So I feel like when you imagine, because a lot of people usually do it like this, when we imagine something, we only imagine it visually. But, and I don't know if you've done this before or not, but if we can imagine it and put our full senses into it, like we're smelling what we smell, we're smelling things, we're feeling things, we're hearing things, we're touching things, tasting, hearing, you know, I think I said hearing. But put yourself into that state where you're like almost out of body, but you can feel everything, you can hear everything. And if you can imagine it with your other senses, it becomes much more real and it becomes much more concrete and stronger. And then do a grand ritual under the full moon if that makes you feel good, and then release. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, and the ritual can be whatever you want. But just make sure that it's like this. If you need it to be grand before you send it off, go for it. I'll put you on the list here, 17. Okay. You're welcome, beloved light. I wish you the best in your endeavors, okay? Okay, so let's do this. Obida. It looked like you were still there, so what was your question? My hands look like they're bleached. I mean, they're so light. It's ridiculous. Okay. So Obida, you're wondering how the male and the female gender see you. Is that right? Okay. Well, I'm drawing 2 cards anyway, so I guess I can do this. Just remember, this is a fairly open-ended, vague question, because not everyone is going to look at you the same way that's the same gender. But, I mean, we can see. How do the male and female genders look at Obida? Or Obida, I'm not sure how to say it. Let's do this here. So we'll do male and female. So the first one's going to be male, and then the second one will be female. So how do men look at Obida? And how do women look at you? Actually, both of these cards are pretty good. The Sun is in reverse to you, but even the Sun in reverse is still a pretty good card. So I would say with men, it feels like maybe there can be misunderstandings. There's kind of this more gruff energy. It's rougher. It's something that I feel like they just don't understand who you are, but that's on them. That has nothing to do with you, okay? There needs to be different viewpoints in the world. But for women, we have caring connections. So it seems like women view you pretty well here. So maybe you have more of a softer, more gentler side to you, and I feel like that's something that's being seen here. But the Sun in reverse is something where you're not like a threat to other men or other, or you're not a threat to men. You're not a threat to that gender, but there's this feeling of people that can just misunderstand you, maybe misunderstand your intentions or misunderstand those kinds of things. But ultimately, it looks like both genders see you in a fairly positive way, especially the female gender. So, yeah. Hey there, Genie. How's it going? So that's what I've got for you, Obida. Hopefully that helps. Okay. Do you have a question, Genie? Mm. You're welcome, Obida. Whew. Just whatever's in the cards tonight. Okay. What are in the cards for Genie? Let's look here. Well, thank you. Thank you, Genie. It's easier to see the cards. I just need a camera that can kind of see things a little bit more clearly. I think I'll get a new camera on my break. So that'll be good. Okay, here we go. Well, thank you. Okay, so we get these cards here. All of these are in reverse to you. But here's what I've got. So we have indecision, okay? This is possibly in our life, other people are making our decisions for us in a sense. Maybe we want to take things in our own hands, but I do too. I'm hoping I have a good break too. I need it. I need a good break, and I don't mean a broken leg. I need like an actual resting break. That sounds like I'm going to avoid sleep. That's not true either. I need, relaxation. There you go. So, indecision in reverse, 7th chakra archangel Uriel in reverse, and blossoming abundance. So you're really, really close. You're really, really close to getting whatever it is that you want out of this. Possibly having more spiritual awareness or being more in tune in a subtle way. I feel like you understand subtleties in a way that's more than most people. There's a sense that the subtleties to you are whispers, so to speak, like the little things in life. I feel like there's a okay. I feel like you're someone who sees the little things in life and you enjoy them. I don't feel like you're someone who criticizes. I don't feel like you're someone who, does woe is me kind of a thing. I feel like you're someone who's very strong, who has a lot of power, but has difficulty relying on others. And I get that. I understand that. I myself can be a lone wolf sometimes. I don't mean to be, but when the full moon comes out, there I am. But then we have this. So we have 7th chakra, Archangel Uriel. That's what's making me think of the subtle parts that I'm talking about. But it could be that we're good at hearing the subtle signs, but now it could be that maybe we're ignoring subtle signs, or we're not as open to things sometimes as we could be. A lot of times we get very busy in life, and when we get busy, it can make it so that we're inflexible with decision making, or we're inflexible just in general. And so that's something that I feel like would be kind of hard for us to snap out of, because it's like, don't be busy, just don't be busy and you'll be fine. And it's like, no, that's not a good answer either, is it? It's kind of you do what you want to do, but resting and breaks are important, just like you're saying for me, right? Awesome, Lolita. You'll be coming up here after I'm done reading JK, who I'm reading now. You'll pay more attention. Perfect. And now I'm going to say this. You've heard me say this before, Genie. You've heard me say it before. Paying attention is something that I feel like a lot of people strain to do. It's like, I'll pay attention. And it's like, I get that. But sometimes when we're paying attention to the thing that we feel like we should be paying attention to, we let other opportunities pass us by. So be passively aware of it, but don't have it be a primary concern, right? You're always busy, but not by choice. I can understand that because life sort of happens to us. It doesn't always, I get that. I can understand that. The Blossoming Abundance, though, is here, which is really good. Even though it's in reverse, it's still a really good card. Doing good, Thakor. How you doing? I'll put you down on the list here. Okay. Oh, my eye. But then, like I said, Blossoming Abundance right here. This is a card I feel is, even in reverse, it's a good card. It's like the Sun card. And when the Sun card's in reverse, it's still a yes to a question that we want a yes to, but it's like a soft yes. Or there could be obstacles. So Blossoming Abundance in reverse is kind of like you're focused on living in the moment more and more. I get a sense that you're someone who maybe not, like you said, not by choice. You're a busy person, so I can understand that. But there's also a part of you that I feel like is just very caring and attentive regardless. So yes, you're not busy by choice necessarily, but also there's a part of you that maybe kind of enjoys it some days, because it's like it gives you something to do, even though at times it can definitely be exhausting. But it's like, I feel like you were put here to take care of others or to help other people, but it's okay for other people to help you as well. And we've talked about this before, but I'm just going to say that again. But I can understand. Maybe we have certain ways we like things done, and other people can just never quite get it right. And I get that. I can understand that. But it's looking like things are going to get better for you as time moves on. There may still be some small obstacles in your way. Basically, if we're letting other people make decisions for us, let's start taking things in our own hands as much as we can. Let's be more of a participant in our own life, because there can be times where it feels like we're more in the back seat, even though I feel like you're a powerful, strong person. There can be these times where we kind of take that role and we put it backwards. But I get you as someone who's just ready for something different. And I think that that's going to be on its way. You've also had random people confiding in you. Absolutely. And that's to be expected, because when you have this energy that you have, people are going to seek you out. And it's funny how it works, but that's how it is. People will just seek you out. It's like they know. It's like there's a sense, and they just know that they can trust you. Sometimes even people you haven't known for that long at all. It's just like, you said random people, so yeah. It takes practice, Genie, but I've been doing this off and on for years. And the way I see it is, a lot of people didn't have normal upbringings. I know I didn't either, but the way my life is and how I've had time to study and learn certain things, certain aspects, psychology, spirituality, all these different things. Because of that, I feel like I can help people, right? It's weird, like for 5 seconds. You mean connecting with people in that way? Yeah, it is. It is weird. But it's... Sometimes I feel like people come to the channel and let's say their emotional GPS, their emotional compass is kind of skewed a little bit. Because I'm a third party, I'm not biased to information that they have, and I can see things more clearly. So if I can help people with that and be an observer of what's going on and possibly get psychic information, then I want to do that. But can it be draining? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've had times where it wasn't only draining. This has only happened one time, but I was doing a live last year, and I was really trying to connect with people. I think I was really overdoing it. And I connected. I did what I needed to do. I went to go to sleep, and my eyes, like behind my eyes, it was just these kaleidoscopic colors, and they wouldn't stop. So I didn't have blackness when I closed my eyes. It was these vivid kaleidoscopes, just all these colors and images flowing into each other. And when you're really tired and you're trying to sleep, but behind your eyes is these rainbow... I mean, it was beautiful, but it's like, I want to sleep. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this right now. And that's only happened one time, but that was a weird experience. And from what I remember, it didn't go away. I eventually fell asleep, but my eyes weren't black. It was like just I don't know. It was a weird experience. Like deaths in their family. Yeah, so... It's not just confiding over small things, it's bigger things. It's like people just tell you stuff. And yeah, I just feel like being a third party to any situation helps to bring clarity, because I can be like, you know, that's not right, or stuff like that. Because I've had to deal with a lot of bullshit in my life, and so if I can help other people, then, you know. But do you feel like that helps answer your question? That's something. You feel chosen sometimes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And we need to do this as well, because there can be a sense of feeling chosen, you know, the wording, right? Because I used to have that. And it's good in a way, but it also does something to our egos, and it makes us feel like we have more importance than we do. And we're all important. We're all special people. I 100% believe that. But a lot of us think that we're meant to achieve something that is so far beyond us that we cannot do anything else. And we put a lot of pressure on ourselves. And I'm just saying it because of that, because the chosen one mentality, I used to have that. Sometimes I still do. I fall into it. And I need to back off a little bit and realize that I'm not that important. And that's okay. I don't want to be that important. I want to be an observer. I want to be a bystander, and maybe a vessel for information. Like spirit guide stuff. Yeah. And there's ways we can help people, but it's never going to be this grand calling like we think it is. I never had that. You know, I didn't have Jesus come down with a ray of sunshine out his butt, and he pointed to me and said, you know what, you're right. You know, you're the chosen one. But I've also had to deal with having a savior complex too. So I have issues that I'm trying to deal with, and they're difficult the deeper you go down, you know. The spiritual ego has a way of, yeah, Red Moon, I can add you. And Shweta, I can add you as well. So let's do Shweta, and then let's do Red Moon. All right. So I'm going to do this here. I'm going to go to the next person, and we can still continue to talk, Genie, but I'm going to go to the next person here. So let's do this. Lolita, hopefully you're there, not on Depop. But if you're on another website, that's fine. I'll allow it this one time. But it is your turn. So Lolita. Okay, we'll do this. Beauty X, Lolita, or Vari. V-A-R-I. Are any of you guys there? Thank you, Genie. I'll enjoy it. Trust me, I'll enjoy it. I'm gonna be... Well, it's well overdue, I think. Okay. Wanted to know if my ex, Marcel, still loves me and hasn't gotten over me after all this time. Since he was manifesting me again. Okay. And Vari's here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read Lolita, and then I'll read you, Vari. So we'll do Lolita, and then we'll do Vari. No, the Impossible 7. You haven't missed your turn. We're getting to you, but it's still going to be a second. But we're definitely working down the list here. Okay. You've gotten over it. So what, Lolita, if you don't mind telling me, why did you guys break up in the first place? He's a very powerful manifester. It's scary. Right. I'm not sure how long it'll be, the 7 Impossible. I'm not sure, so I'm just going to say that. Your turn comes when it comes. Sometimes I spend a little bit more time with people just because the question can be a little bit more in depth, so I don't know, I couldn't give you a time. Turned out very toxic, and it was mostly on your part. Okay. So a learning experience, it sounds like. Kind of learning what's going on and understanding that. I'll look at this question here. And thank you for being vulnerable with me, Lolita, because I know saying stuff like that can be difficult, but we all have our moments, right? I've matured since then, but I don't know if he has an obsession with me now. Well, let's look here. I wanted to know if my ex Marcel still loves me and hasn't gotten over me after all this time. Let's look here. I see first chakra Archangel Michael, and then I see rest and rejuvenation right here. I see first chakra Archangel Michael. That's like the sex card. I guess I would say. Like it's root chakra, it's more primal. It's kind of like maybe they think of you in a passionate way, or maybe they think of you in a way that's yeah, kind of like that. Rest and rejuvenation, though, could be that this person is kind of enjoying the time away, I would say. I understand that you feel like this person still has feelings for you. Right now, I'm not getting the vibe that there's feelings for you. Doesn't mean there won't be in the future, but when I see this card, it could be that there's sexual thoughts that are coming up to you from this person, but I'm not feeling like it's manifestation in a way that's like a love-based thing. It feels more like a sexual-based thing, or something along those lines. But we can ground the energy and get rid of that so that you don't feel that pull. You just have to visualize a grounding cord, and you're cutting away from him, and take the energy that he's sending you and just ground it into the earth, and then that you won't feel the pull as much or at all, because you're taking away that charge from the emotion. And sexual energy can be a very powerful psychic energy to connect with, and it can feel like manifestation energy actually quite a bit. So that's what I'm seeing there. All right, and Vari, what was your question? But you know what, Lolita? I think it would be good for you to, possibly move on or find something better, Just because it sounds like this relationship taught you what you needed to know, and it sounded like it taught you in a pretty good way, so. You're very welcome, Lolita. Everything was going on great between us. All of a sudden, he pushed me away, and I didn't know why. We haven't talked to each other for some months. May I know his feelings towards me? Yeah, we can look at that. But, and I'm going to say this one, Vari, for you. Do you care if I give advice? I should ask that for people, because sometimes you guys just want the cards. Have been doing great. I wish him the best now. Absolutely. Absolutely, Lolita. That's good. Very mature. Yeah, sure. Okay. So, Vari. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for letting me yak to you a little bit. Okay, so this right here, and this is going to be a difficult thing to kind of discuss, because we're going to be discussing something that can be kind of a painful topic. So we're talking about, from what you're telling me here, yeah, and we'll look at that too. But I was going to say this, from what I'm feeling here with this, is when someone leaves you and they don't give you they don't tell you why, I feel like that's the worst thing that someone can do, because it's like you will question yourself and you'll wonder and you'll doubt so many things, and it's not right that happens. Even if this person were to tell you why and it hurt, it would hurt for a second, but you could get over it and be like, well, I could maybe change that in the future, or this could happen or that could happen. But in this case here, this person ghosted you, and they're not telling you why, and they're very cowardly, right? I wouldn't want that energy back. I can look at how they feel towards you, but I have a feeling there's this thing where there's limerence, right, is what it's called. And it's where we're possibly attracted to somebody that we know we can't be with at the moment, and we can have thoughts of kind of being obsessive, possibly, or we could have different things. But it's like this person knew what to do to put you into a state where you would question yourself so much, and you possibly feel like maybe this person holds the answer to healing your pain, right? And so that would be kind of something that I could see there. In my honest opinion, if someone did that to me, they're gone forever. I block them, delete them, not going to talk to them again. They message me, I'm not even going to read it. They're out, because they showed you their true colors. They're cowardly, and that's not fair to you, And this person doesn't have the answers to the pain that you're feeling. There's some healing that needs to be done. And like I said, even if they came back, they could just leave again and not tell you anything. So it's not... Yeah, it's like investing in a sandcastle on the beach. It's going to get washed away over and over again. So it's best to just let the things go. Let the tides come in and take it away. But, yeah. You knew each other more than 10 years. That's even worse. That's even worse. You had a history together and this person still did that. That's a really shitty person. Right? That's not fair. You wouldn't do that to anybody, would you, Vari? Think of how you would treat this situation, or if a friend came up to you and was telling you about this situation, right? Or treat yourself like you're someone that you are responsible for taking care of. Because in this situation, that's just messed up. I'm sorry that was the case, but... Of course, Vari. Of course. When this stuff happens to us, you said it's really very painful. And maybe I'm wrong for saying this because it's going to sound very tactless, but pain is a wonderful teacher. It tells us what we will and won't accept from other people. And when we're in pain, it tells us how we can stay safe from that pain. It tells us what we can do to make it so it doesn't happen again. It helps us to learn. And eventually the pain can turn into wisdom. But right now you're in the thick of it and it's painful. I get that. I can understand that. It does get better over time. And I want you to know that there's nothing wrong with you. The way this person treated this situation was very, very bad. And you were not to blame in this situation. Okay? You're dealing with someone who doesn't know how to speak to other people in a more intimate way, and I get that it's a tough topic, but you know what? Don't get involved then. If you can't do that kind of stuff, do not get involved, because that's not fair to the other person. But yeah, I mean, I just think you deserve better. And I know part of you thinks that you probably have this too, Vari, if I can talk about this for a second. You probably have, some days you're probably like upset with this person and you're angry what happened. And other days you want them back, right? That can be something we can be shifting between those two emotions. And until we decide that we are enough and we don't need people to treat us this way, I don't care who they are. If it was... I've even blocked my mom for a year, right? I haven't talked to her, and I've done that twice. People, if they treat me disrespectfully, no matter who they are, it is a pleasure and an honor to be in my presence, just like it is for anyone that is contacting you guys, right? It is absolutely imperative that you see yourself as being this beautiful golden light, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to even be around you. And that's how you need to think of yourself. Don't get all hoity-toity and weird, but, you know, make it so that it's this thing where you spend time with people that you know appreciate you. And when we start healing ourselves, we attract those kinds of people. Because when we start healing ourselves, we see people that are time wasters. We see people that will treat us like shit, and we say, you know what, I'm not going to do that. We can see red flags from people and say, yeah, I'm so invested in my own self-healing, I'm not even going to entertain this idea with this person. But until we learn those lessons, we're going to keep getting partners or keep getting people that will not treat us right because we feel like we deserve less. Because somewhere along the line, and I've talked about this many times, we have people-pleasing tendencies, we have perfectionistic attitudes, and both of those things combined make it so that we are very, very hard on ourselves, and it makes it really difficult for us to kind of see things for what they are. the objective truth. We tend to have a very strong bias of things either being overly negative or at best slightly neutral. But that's kind of, for a second I feel like I'm good, but another second I can't get over him. We really had good times together. Yeah, and I can understand that. And what happens is this, I was watching something the other day, and when I say the other day, that could be anywhere from yesterday to 10 years ago, because that's what I do. That's what everyone does. The other day was an innumerable distance of time away. But I was watching this, and a person was talking about people that go through breakups in relationships or things like that, and it's like, it's a lot like someone dying. The pain that you go through is actually very similar to losing a loved one, because you had future plans with this person. You had future ideas, things that you wanted to do, ways that you wanted to spend time together, and then that's taken away from you. And in a way, it's like you're grieving this person's death even though they're still alive. And that's what's painful. That's the part that's the most painful. But once you grieve and move on, that's something that you can rest at night and be like, you know what? That sucked. But I'm healing from it, and I'm going to keep healing from it, and things are going to get better for me. This person, though, has to live with the fact that they were a cowardly, shitty person for the rest of their life. And I'll tell you right now, those are the things that keep you up at night. You know, that, it's just not right. But I can understand that you're feeling conflicted, and that's okay. I want you to know that feeling confused and conflicted right now is absolutely fine, and it's normal. During this process, you're not going crazy, you're not losing your mind. It's normal. You're going through heartache, and anything that we can do to make ourselves feel comfortable during that time, during that painful experience, we'll look for anything that we can. That's just how humans are. We don't want to be in pain, so we look for something to help us. We look for something to numb that pain. But the only thing that gets rid of the pain is we have to sit with it. We have to recognize it, and we have to realize we're not at fault for this. It's basically like this expression. I want you to think of it like this. If I went into your room when you were a child, right? I go into your room and I threw everything on the ground. I knocked shelves on the ground. I just like destroyed your room, just ripped it apart. And then I just walk out of the room. And then you lean your head over and you say, hey, come back in here and clean up this mess. And I say, no, I'm not going to do it. You may not have caused the mess that's going on right now, but it's up to you to clean it up and to take care of yourself and your needs at this point in time. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. You're going to be undoing a lot of things, but in this way, from the pain, we're going to be learning a lot about ourselves. And I'm telling you right now, you have a lot more resilience than you think you do. But it takes time for us to see that in ourselves, because a lot of the times when stuff like this happens, we feel like we're very weak people when actually we're incredibly strong, but we've just had difficult circumstances. And so it feels like we're weak, but we're not. We're not. We're very powerful. And the fact that you're feeling pain means that you love with your whole heart. It means that you're someone who goes all in, and that's a beautiful thing. With that part, there's the being human aspect. There's the painful part. There's the painful aspect. But the fact that you go all in is a beautiful thing, and I don't want you to ever stop doing that. Yes, there will be times where things can happen, but it's no way to live holding yourself back. That's no way to live, and the right person will see you for who you are and think it's absolutely beautiful, and they will appreciate you, they will respect you, and they will communicate with you. And I just want you to know that does exist out there, but we need to focus on the healing journey. And yeah. So Vari, do you feel like that makes sense to you? You're very welcome, Vari. You still want to know the feelings? I can do that. Let's see. Yeah, of course. Let's do it here. Hey, Cassandra. How's it going? All right. This guy's feeling, or this person's feelings towards Vari. You're good, Vari. You're good. I understand. I understand. So let's see what we can come up with for you. So this person's feelings towards Vari. Let's look. Okay, so these two cards right here, this is Magician in the Mirror. It's kind of hard to see it. That's Magician in the Mirror. This one is an attachment, is what it says. Come on. Anyway, so when I see attachment and Magician in the Mirror, both of these cards are in reverse. It feels like to me this person, how they feel towards you is kind of like, I get a sense that this person isn't much of a feeler in the way that we're thinking. Like, I feel like you would have a vast ocean of emotion, whereas this person, maybe you could step in a puddle of them and not get your feet wet. Because if someone had emotional depth and awareness, they wouldn't have done what they did to you, right? So I want to say that. But then Magician in the Mirror in reverse, attachment to me feels, attachment in reverse, it feels like this person is trying to do their best to get out of this situation, to not think about it. But, hold on. Okay. But that's what I'm seeing here. So these two cards in reverse, I don't get good feelings here, because there's no feeling cards. It's just kind of like matter of fact, or kind of by the book. And so, yeah, I would say their feelings towards you are kind of non-existent at this point in time. And I don't, yeah, maybe it sounds like I'm being mean or I'm being cruel, but I kind of believe in ripping the band-aid off, you know, quickly versus slowly doing it over time. I think that you're a strong person and you deserve to know the truth. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from there. And you deserve a lot better than this anyway. Okay. Ivory, what was your question? You're very welcome, Vari. I'm blessed to have you here too and to share your vulnerability with me. I appreciate that and I honor that connection. All right. Oh, man. You know, there was a medium out there, and the way he would communicate to people was through burps. You know, like the quiet burps that kind of escape and you go, you know, those kind of burps. But he would have gas, and that's how he would communicate. And I just think that's funny. You know, I think that's interesting. It's like, you know, I can just imagine this guy's like, I can give you a private session, but just be aware. I do things a little bit differently. Anyway, spirit can communicate in so many different ways. One interesting way that spirit can communicate when we're doing mediumship or when we have spirit come close is I'll be looking at something here. Hold on. Okay, Ivory, we'll get there. Okay. Was the Taurus the one you broke up with, Ivory? But, so with mediums, there's this connection of, I'm trying to think here, how I can say this. Like, imagine that you're connecting with spirit, you're in a meditative state, and then your eyes start leaking. And I don't mean that you're crying. I do not mean that you're crying. I mean that your eyes are leaking because you're not sad. You're not feeling really anything except for spirit's energy, and you'll just start crying. And it's an interesting phenomenon because you're not sad. It's fascinating. Or, had another thing. And Ivory, I'm going to say this right now. I'm not even going to look at the cards. No. You said this person was not a good person. They weren't a fit for you. And I don't even need to look at the cards for that. I do not believe in the counterpart soulmate thing. I don't. I think there's a lot of people that can be good for you, but we do get hung up on certain people feeling like they can complete us. And if we're looking at it in a way that's like, this person can take away my pain, or this kind of stuff can happen, yeah, I could understand. But I believe a lot of people can be our partners, but I don't believe in just one person. I believe in several of the ones, which sounds weird, but anyone that can communicate with us, treat us with respect, and be decent, is attracted to us, you know, all of those things. If anyone's doing that and we feel something mutual, that could be a good connection. You know, it's not this thing where there's, in my opinion, I don't feel that there's a divine counterpart for each person, and maybe that'll make you guys upset, but a lot of people that I've talked with have justified very, very shitty, abusive, emotionally and physical abusive relationships because of a soulmate concept, or because of the twin flame or whatever. They're like, oh, I can't leave him, they're my twin flame. It's like, no, they're not. They're abusing you. They're hurting you. They're not the right person for you, but you're staying stuck in this situation. And people get stuck thinking those thoughts, and to me, it's toxic. I don't see it as being anything that's beneficial. It's a dream. It's something we dream about. Maybe it gives us a sense of like there's a person out there for us. But again, I believe there's several. And in the tarot community, I want to dispel that myth from what I understand, because it makes so many people miss out opportunities with other people because they're waiting for the one. And sometimes, you know, okay, Taurus is talking to you now, all right? And you broke up with them, and you said they were, I can't remember what you said exactly, but I'll just do the reading. Let's do it here. That was a weird sound. Okay. I'll just do it this way. Will Taurus treat Ivory right? All right. Each person has 7 twin flames in the world. I mean, I'm not saying what I feel is true, but I've seen so many people stay in toxic situations because they're the twin flame, or it's a karmic connection, I deserve to be punished, or it's this, it's that, and it's like, no, you are in a shitty situation and you do not want to get out. Part of you wants to stay here because the hell you know is more comfortable than the one you don't. But let me look here. So will Taurus treat Ivory right? Okay, so we have these cards right here. We have Cornucopia in reverse, and then we have Envy in reverse. if I'm looking at these two here, I feel like I was kind of saying, Taurus feels like they can get rid of the pain in the moment, and I feel like they could. I feel like a connection with this person feels like it would be comfortable in the moment. But when I see the envy card here, I'm getting a concept, or I'm getting something of, you called him out, okay. You called him out, and can I ask you, Ivory, what is it that he did? And did he apologize, or did he just start talking with you? Oh. Yeah, because yeah. Every single person, I feel like, has duality, and we can learn from everybody. And, yeah. Anyway, so that's kind of what I'm getting here, Ivory. Maybe you're still typing, but... I've done relationship readings for people, and I've never felt the soulmate connection. I've never felt that with people. And okay. Sagittarius partner. All right. Well, cornucopia in reverse and envy in reverse. I'm not getting a lot of like feeling cards for this, so this is someone new. Okay. Ivory, don't you feel like you should kind of do some healing and inner work first before we entertain a connection again? Maybe that's asking too much, but getting out of a relationship and then possibly going into another one doesn't seem... It feels like we're escaping from something, you know, or we're trying to run from something. But that's just me. I mean, that's kind of just where I'm coming from. But I didn't get feeling cards with this, regardless. It was envy in reverse, and it was cornucopia in reverse. So I would say play it safe and see what's going on with the person before you do anything. And like I said, I wouldn't... yeah, just play it safe. See where it's going. I don't believe in the one. I'm kind of the wrong person to ask about that, but I don't even sense that there's compatibility necessarily, but you know, you get to do whatever it is that you would want to do regardless, and I wish you the best in doing that, Ivory, obviously. Mira, okay. I'll put you down on the free reading list here. Okay. So, the 7 impossible, are you there? Okay, 17, are you there? Alright, the 7 impossible, 17, Thakor or Shweta. Are any of you guys there? All right, Shweta. What is your question? You're coming up next, Red Moon. You're after Shweta here. And there's the core. Okay. So now we'll do it this way. So we'll do Shweta's question, and then we'll do the core's question, and then it will be Red Moon. Because that was kind of the order of the list there, so. Let's see. There we go. Is any new person coming towards you romantically for Shweta? Let's see. Is any new person coming towards you romantically? And the core, what's your question? Because I'm going to do yours next. And then Red Moon, you can type your question too. And I can just go like 1, 2, 3. All right. Is any new person coming towards Shweta? I'm going to do, let's do the next 3 months starting in May. So May, June, July. And then we're going to do, the second card is going to be the next 3 months after that, which would be August, September, October. Okay, this one, or the strength card, is the one that's actually, so nothing in the first 3 months, what I'm seeing here. Like, be yourself, do whatever it is that you need to do, Shweta, but it seems like the first 3 months, the May, June, July, it doesn't feel like there's going to be any romantic interest. However, in this one here, which it's funny because this one is August, September, October, we get the Leo card, or the strength card, which is Leo. So there possibly could be someone who is Leo or who has fire-like tendencies. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing there. So yeah. All right, so hopefully that helps. I do feel like it's going to be the next 3 months, not the first 3, but you know, stay open to possibilities, I would say, Shweta, because you never know, right? All right, the core. So you're wondering how your first girlfriend will be attracted to you. Maybe in April. We kind of get to decide things in our own time. If the universe might feel like we're ready in April, maybe something will happen in April. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, that's a little too in depth for this kind of reading here. So, and that's more psychic information, the core. So can you think of another question that you'd want to ask that's kind of more yes or no, or something along those lines? You're welcome, Shweta. Okay. Well, you're thinking of another question, Thakor. I'm going to do red moons here. That's still a psychic question, Thakor. Yes or no question. Yeah, still a psychic question, because you're talking about an appearance, so I would have to look at her in a psychic way. Yes or no question. Let's have it be something like that. All right, if I send a letter to JK and TH, will they read it? Let's see. Will they read it? Kind of be hard not to. If you send a letter to somebody nowadays, I feel like you kind of have to read it because it's so rare. Emails you get all the time, but physical mail from somebody? Alright, let me do this here. Okay, will they read it? We get the star card, and we get the ace of coins. You did get bad news at your... I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Red Moon. That's never fun to get. The manager talked to you. Ah, okay. How did that go? I mean... Okay, that's good. That's good. You're not allowed to use a register, that's all. Okay, so you weren't fired, but you were reprimanded, it sounds like, for something. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes, and it sounds like you were let off easy, so that's good. Maybe you can gain that trust back as time goes on. So, you know, hang in there, and I think it'll go well. So you said, if you send a letter to JK and TH, will they read it? I get the star card, which is being hopeful. This could also mean Aquarius energy. And then I get the ace of coins. This one is in reverse to you. I feel like they would read it. Maybe one would respond, but I don't feel like the other would respond. And I don't know which one would respond. But that's what I'm seeing. It feels like one would respond here. Hopefully, Red Moon, that gives you a little bit of insight there. If you need to write a letter, if that's something you need to do, there's a couple things you can do, right? Write the letter, be as honest and open as possible, and then afterwards read it back to yourself. Sometimes we just write a letter and then we can burn it, you know, if that's something you want to do. It kind of gets the emotions out and we can talk about things. Or other times you write the letter and you send it off. But I would say write the letter and see. The only thing that you're going to be missing out on is maybe a couple hours worth of writing a letter, and if they don't respond, oh well, you know, it's at least you tried, so I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, the 7 impossible, or 17, or Amira YT. You're welcome, Red Moon. I wish you the best, okay? Have a good one, my friend. Okay, Amira, what's your question? Okay. Hey there, Raylo Arts. I can put you on the list here. Here in just a second, you'll be after Amira, who I'm reading right now. So give me 1 sec here and sit tight for just a bit, and welcome to the channel. Alright, Amira says, what is this person's feeling towards you? Okay, let's do that. What is this person's feelings towards Amira? What is this person's feelings towards Amira? So we get the Knight of Wands, and we get the Fountain card in we get the Fountain card upright. Knight of Wands is in reverse. That's what it looks like. It's kind of like this guy. Camera's not focusing. Maybe if I cover my face. No. Okay, so when I see this Knight of Wands, hey there, Moonlight, or Heather. I knew it was Heather. I'm hoping it's Heather now. I don't know. So we have the Fountain here, which is kind of just be yourself, allow things to happen. And then we have Knight of Wands. This one is in reverse though. When I see the Knight of Wands in reverse, I get a feeling of someone who could have player energy, or someone who could be a player. Hopefully I'm wrong with that. But that's what I'm seeing here, because the Knight of Wands in reverse is, it can be that kind of energy. So how do they, let's see, their feelings towards you, I would say be yourself, try talking with them. I'm not getting anything that feels like feelings, but just try talking with them. If you feel like there's a past life connection, or you feel like there's something there, you know what's stopping you from talking, right? Yeah, we're doing 2 cards tonight. I felt like I was going to give, because I'm going to be going on break here for the rest of the month. So I'll be doing my lives again on Monday, May 2nd. So yeah, I figured. And by the way, Heather, how have you been doing? I don't know if I asked you that. And if I didn't, you can slap my wrist. But I'm going to pull away before you can do it. I'm very, very fast. See? Oh, I pulled away. Okay, then, Amira, if you're feeling a past life connection with this person, go up and talk with them, see how it goes, right? And I would say give it a go. But remember, be yourself. You would like him to be, okay. You would like to be his friend. I get that. Hey, Pamela. Doing okay. Enjoy your break. I will, Heather. I need it. I need a little breaky poo. But and thank you, Cassandra, for saying that. I appreciate that. Okay. Raylo Arts, are you there? And then I'm going to do this here. So I'm going to put someone else on the list here. Let's do. Okay, there. Hey there, is it Yajna? Hopefully I'm saying that right. I can put you on the list here. Thank you for subscribing. And did you have a question, Moonlight? Something that would be, I'm going to be doing 3 cards for the members. So if you had a question that's kind of an easier one, you know, or something that's not Anyway, you can tell me if you have a question. I'll just ask you that. And then Pamela, I'll put your name down here. Okay. All right. So, Raylo Arts, you said you met Elaine almost 4 years ago, but still no contact. Just whatever card. Okay, we can do that for you, Heather. But still no contact. I wonder his feelings. Okay. What are the feelings for Raylo Arts from Elaine? Okay. Give me 1 second here, Yajna, and we can do your question. Members get priority, so now it's going to go like this. I'm going to do Raylo Arts question, and then you're welcome, Amira. I'm going to do Raylo Arts question, and then I'm going to do Moonlight's question, and then I'm going to do Yajna's question. Just because Moonlight is a member, so that's how it be, and that's how it do. Here we go. Well, actually, here we go. All right, what are the feelings from Elaine towards Raylo Arts? I get Page of Swords. Okay, so I have Page of Swords and 3 of Swords. So this one right here, I'm not feeling like there's a connection. Page of Swords is like someone in their head. They're not really much of a feeler is what I'm getting. And then 3 of Swords this is like the heartbreak card. So I get a feeling that maybe they've moved on or they've done something else, but it doesn't feel like they're thinking of you in that way, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing. So I'm sorry that's the case, Raylo, but that's what I'm getting there, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Hey there, Brina. Yeah, I can put you down here. Hold on. Okay. You're exhausted and just got off of work. Well, you came to the right place. I'm going to make you even more tired. I'm very good at that. I'm going to tell you a long, drawn-out, boring story about me going to the grocery store. They didn't have what I wanted. They had a substitute, but it wasn't the real thing. No, I'm just kidding. Well, yeah, I can understand that. To me, if it's 4 years and there's still no contact, to me that says it all. If someone wants to be with you, they're going to make an effort to be with you. Raylo Arts. But again, sorry about... Anyway, I wish you the best, Raylo Arts, I really do. Okay, so this is going to be for Moonlight here. And we can kind of go into this and do a little bit of snippy snappy. Don't fall asleep on me, Pamela. It's not time yet. Let's do this here. The join button says 30 cents. I don't know. I guess it's like you get a super steep discount. I guess. I don't know. That's weird. That does sound like an error. Huh. Yeah, I can add you. Flummy. Hey, Annie, how's it going? Hold on, let me do this here. So Flummy and... Annie. And I'll say hey from Utah to Annie, who says hey from Connecticut. What is Connecticut's main, like, thing? Like, what is Connecticut known for? You know? Like Utah. Utah is the home of the sister wives. Or the brother husbands. And then, you know, Utah also is, scary. You know, fear is one of the main exports in Utah. And Mormons are one of the main exports too. There you go. So Annie says everything being really expensive. Yes, okay. Oh, Yale, okay, alright. To that I say, oh, Yale, no, because I could not afford to go. Alright, let me do this here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think what Utah's famous for. They say we're the nutmeg state, but we don't even grow nutmeg here. Well, I mean, well, maybe it's like nutmeg in the sense of like a symbolic nutmeg, you know? People always talk about symbolic nutmeg, like symbolically. What happens there? Well, Cassandra, I'm going to do this one for Moonlight, and then we can discuss. There's just a lot of like when I went to school here, I think that, in my opinion, religion is a lot like a penis. Okay, if you're waving it around in everyone's face, I don't think that's the right way to go about it. Just my thoughts, right? But here's kind of what I'm thinking too. When I went to school, everyone in my school was Mormon, myself included, right? I was a Jack Mormon, which means I didn't go to church, you know, or do anything, right? Best medical schools and law schools. Okay, all right. So schools are your main export. Definitely would not do well in Connecticut. And so I was a Mormon, or like a Jack Mormon or whatever, but there's this tendency for things to be so, like everyone is just the same. Everyone is exactly the same, and if you stand out in even a little bit of a way, you're mocked like relentlessly. And if you're not Mormon, and I had some friends that weren't Mormon, you are an outcast because you're not someone that can be associated with. And I saw that happen time and time again. New kids would come to the school and they were ostracized almost immediately because they weren't Mormon. And because of that, and Pamela's waving her penis in my face, but it's a beautiful penis, Pamela. I'm impressed, actually. It's quite purple. It's a good pee-pee. Okay. But yeah, so I was, okay, give me 1 second here. I saw that effect. I saw that effect that it took. And I personally have no problem with religion whatsoever. As long as you're not hurting anybody, or how many wives do I have? Right now it's 17 and counting. But I need more to breed with. I just have to have more. That's my problem. I collect wives. One is never enough, right? And then you get another one, you get another one. Before you know it, you know, it's too many wives. So that's kind of how it rolls. But no problem if someone is religious, you guys believe in Jesus or Sky Grandpa, I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. Flying spaghetti monster, the whole deal, okay? But if you ever put down someone else's faith, or you ever say that someone else is wrong for believing what they believe in and that you're right, and you do your grandstanding elitist bullshit, that's disgusting, right? Because if you're God, if your opinion is so valid, why do you need to try to convert other people, right? I mean, I get that God's a jealous God, but why the hell would you want to be with a God that's jealous? Go with the one that's chill, like Matthew McConaughey, you know, like that kind of God. No, we have to go with the one that's really wrathful and turns people into salt and shit. I'm just saying. I'm okay with people if they are kind and they are loving and they respect your viewpoints. If you're religious and you're a kind person, I have no problems with you at all. But if you try to convert me or try and tell me what I believe is wrong or devil worship or whatever, it's like I don't need to prove anything to you, you know? Okay, Moonlight. Let's see what cards we can get here. And I'm glad you agree, Heather. There is nothing wrong with religion in the sense of it, but if you've looked at how Christianity, right? If you look at Christianity and how they forced their opinion on so many other different religions and faiths and made people change their viewpoints because, like, they were killing people in the name of God, they were doing all that stuff. What the hell? Right? And then a lot of people are still following that today. And it's like, but they were murdering people in the name of this. It seems to me like a little messed up. And then another thing, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here. I don't really care. What are you guys going to do? Change the channel? I'm the only thing on YouTube right now, so it's fine. The other thing that I think about is that why is it that every single church, every single organized religion, all at the same time decided that when black people were being segregated, that, you know, every single religion jumped on that train. Every single religion said that black people were being segregated and that they didn't belong. And did God make a mistake with all of those religions? Right? Like, what the hell happened there? And with gay people and with all these other things, religion takes the wrong stance so many times, but yet, you know, it's God's will. Right? Because, you know, gay people and black people, no, God thinks that's disgusting. And it pisses me off. It's just something that, if you look into the concepts of it, it's sad, in my opinion. But if you're a good person, I don't care what religion you are, just be respectful, right? And yes, I have my viewpoints. I am very biased. I get that. But it's because I've seen a lot of people get hurt by those kinds of people. And it does something to me, I guess. This Holy Week over there is madness over there. I have no idea. I live in a peaceful, private hobbit hole. Me and the other hobbits get together and we make shoes. Exactly, Annie. You get it. You're always judged for being yourself. That's the part that's disgusting. If you guys preach love so much, why do you have so much hate? Why? Why do you have no tolerance for anything that's slightly different? Why does everything have to be the same? They talk about unconditional love and this and that, and they don't have it. They never did. I'm going on a rant here. I should probably stop, but it seems like you guys are mostly agreeing. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where the hell that came from. I'm thinking the break is more needed than I think it is, because I'm starting to fall apart at the seams. The most... Hold on. All right. It's getting hot in here. I think the devil's trying to... No, he's not. Okay, the most awful things have been done in the name of religion. That's BS. That's man stuff. Yep, perfect crime. Make up something we can't question because it comes from God and you don't question God. Yes, and that to me is disgusting too. It's used as such a control tactic. Are you questioning God? Yes. yeah, 100%. Like, what the hell? God, why? And then God's like, you shouldn't ask me that. I don't even have answers. Because it's like God's kind of like, he's clueless. He fell on the beach, he hit his head on a coconut, and now he has amnesia. He doesn't know he's God. He's walking around with us too, and he's like, man, we're crazy. All of us are nuts. Anyway, I just don't get it, man. I just don't. Anyway. All right. So, here's what we got for you, Moonlight. Which is funny because we get the goddess of the moon. Right? Okay. Sorry if I charged everyone up. I feel like if you guys were getting sleepy, I sort of woke you up a little bit with my ranting. Trevor's listening. You even got him with a smile on his face. I love that. I love that. That's awesome. That's awesome, Heather. Well, I mean, this stuff is true, and it needs to be talked about. In my opinion, I should say in my opinion. It's true to me. People can believe whatever they want. Yeah, just don't be telling me what's right for me. That's it. That's all. I just don't want that. That's not too much to ask. Okay, so we have attachment right here. Okay, Pamela's still sleeping. Good. Goddess of the moon in reverse. Okay. Then we have indecision right here. Okay. So, goddess of the moon and indecision. This to me, thank you, Cassandra, and thank you, Pamela, and Annie, and Heather, and there's probably more out there, but I could just think of a few. But attachment in reverse, so the goddess of the moon. Let's talk about this one. So goddess of the moon, focus, camera, come on. You'll have to take my word for it. It says goddess of the moon. It's blurry as hell. I think you know where I'm going with this. It's goddess of the moon. And it's about the subconscious and integrating things, and possibly we could be having dreams, like vivid dreams or powerful dreams. And if we're not having them now, I do feel like we're going to be having them in the future. I had a weird dream, but we're not here about me. It was weird though. I'm trying to get your interest up for the dream so you guys can ask me. I'd be like, no, you don't want to hear about that. And then eventually I say it anyway, because that's how I do things. I'm loading for Obida there. All right, so Goddess of the Moon is subtleties. It's connecting with subtle energy, and I view it as like a dreaming card. The Goddess of the Moon is like subconscious in a lot of ways. So you have the sun, right? The sun represents gold. The sun represents masculine energy, and then you have the moon. The moon represents silver, and it represents feminine energy. Each one of these is kind of like a penis dream, of course, Pamela. That goes without saying. 99% of your dreams are nightmares. Well, I used to have a lot of nightmares too, so I can understand that. But this right here feels like connection, right? Let's enjoy this pink full moon in Libra. I swear to God, someone called my ass that once. I'm just throwing it out there. Not my ass, but the fact that it was called the pink full moon. By the way, just going to say this really quick. I think my ass is broken because there's a crack in it. All right? Anyone else have this problem? I'm sorry, I can't stop. It keeps going. I'm like Chandler from Friends, but I'm much more annoying. Yeah, so. Basically, subtle connections, Heather, is what I'm feeling here. And it's you connecting to kind of the whispers of the world. The energy that's at night, the energy that's in the dawn kind of energy. It's like this silent energy that you can feel and that you can understand. There's a sense here that your name is Moonlight, but I feel like you walk in twilight as well. That's something that I feel like is I get that with you. I get like this, I don't know, I feel like I'm walking between realms at times. And I get a sense of someone who's spiritual, who's building up their sense of reserve. My ex-boyfriend keeps trying to astral travel in, and I have to keep clearing my house out and myself. Yeah, that would be a little annoying, wouldn't it? But we could also do this. We could, oh man. Annie, if that's something you feel like is going on, maybe look at doing a binding spell. That way, you can kind of keep people away. I'm not going to say how to do it, mainly because I don't do magic. Not because I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You see how fast I am to defend myself. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but like, it's just not something I'm practicing at the moment. I do believe it has a lot of power though. Ritual, you know. Hey there, Cynthia Vasquez. Yeah, it's still open. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so you're on the list, Cynthia. Thank you for coming to the channel. We are talking about asses and full pink moons. That's kind of our concepts we're approaching today. And yeah, welcome to my TED Talk. What makes a butt? Thinking a few steps ahead. I know how that goes. Okay, so Cynthia, how it works is you ask me a question, and regardless of if you're a boy or a girl, I bust your balls, because that is apparently what this channel is all about. So lower your expectations, because I will answer your question, but sometimes spirit comes through in a way that is not what we were expecting. So be prepared, I'm going to say. And your name's on the list. When I call your name, you can ask your question, and I'll give you 2 cards. I used to teach astral projection, and my guides can help people get out of bodies. So yes, astral travel is... I used to also teach something called quantum energy. It was a technique that I made up about 10 years ago, and maybe we could talk about that too. Honesty hurts, but thank you. Yeah, that's true. Honesty does have a sting to it. But primarily here, Moonlight, that's kind of what I'm getting. There's a subtle energy here. There's a subtle vibration. And something tells me that you're tuning more and more into a world that feels like it's secretive, but it also feels like it allows a sense of expression for you. And if it's not dreams, I feel like it could be something else, but it feels like there's some creative forces, you know? Okay, so you have these forms of magic, right? So you have, Annie, you have white magic, black magic, gray magic, and I'm oversimplifying this to 1,000 degrees, okay? So, when a man loves a woman, nope, that's the wrong conversation. All right, so here's what we got. Black magic, white magic, gray magic. What do each of these represent? Black magic is controlling someone against their will. Okay, white magic is doing something that helps benefit you. It could be a beauty spell, it could be a healing spell, or it could be sending energy healing to someone who asked for it, but it's never against someone's will. White magic is for the betterment of people. You send energy to them, and they have the ability to accept it, or they have the ability not to accept it, but it's not forced on them in any way. Gray magic is where we take white magic, and we turn it into something where we force healing on somebody, right? Sometimes people do not need healing. Sometimes they need to learn life lessons, and the only way they can learn those lessons is to be hurt in that moment. And so when you come in and you take away that from that person, you could be taking away a karmic experience, or you could be taking away a lesson that would have made them a better person in the long run. pain sucks, but it's also a way toward enlightenment, and we can learn a lot through pain and suffering. We can learn a lot. Now, so in kind of the gray magic field is a binding spell. You're not harming the person. What you're doing is you're making it so the person can't interfere with you anymore. It just, like, they'll get a feeling that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, or they'll be like, okay, I'm not interested in this anymore. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about. It is technically gray magic. Could it backfire? With that one, with a binding spell, I think you'd be fine. But again, use your own judgment with that. But yeah, I don't like the term black magic or white magic. Like, if black was something bad, I prefer high magic or low magic. That's good too. Because yes, the color doesn't mean it's necessarily negative, but you're absolutely right. The one does sound positive and the other sounds negative, and connotations of white and black make it seem positive, negative. I believe there's ways that you can have anything. Like, for instance, I'll say this. You could have a sword in your hand, right? And the white magic way to use that sword would be to defend somebody. And the black magic way, or high magic, or low magic way of defending, or anyway, you just kill someone, right? You just go out and you start murdering people for no reason. No matter what the situation is, anything can be used for good or bad. And I feel like in anyone's hands, we have the capability to do that. I feel like with black magic or low magic, right, there's this tendency to go into the ego and to use emotions such as anger and sadness and fear to make certain results possibly happen. When we go into that vibrational state, we're attracting entities that kind of feed off of those energies, if you will. And so when we're working with that kind of magic, we're inviting in other things. We're not just affecting someone else's will, we can also be affecting our own, and we could have something affect us because we're kind of opening a doorway for something to happen. But, again, these are more of my theories on this, and not, again, I'm not a practitioner, so I don't know everything about it, but here we are. You're stuck with me, so. But I'm going to do this here. So let's go to these other questions. So Yajna, are you still there? But there's and there's different forms of magic too. Like I said, I oversimplified it tremendously. And each one can be just as powerful as the last. It just depends. I agree, Cassandra. I agree. And if you're doing conjuring or summoning of any type, it's especially important what your intention is, because you could be let's just say I have a pure heart if you want to summon something that's a high vibrational being, and use a spiritual condom if you can. Protection circle. Okay, Yajna, what was your question again? Oh, let me do this here. Whew. Okay, Yajna wants to know if they'll be in a relationship with Hitesh. Let's look. And then Pamela, what was your question? Because we can do this and then we can talk a little bit about some concepts here. If you guys don't mind me yakking. Do you guys want story time and me talking about stuff, or? I need the validation, guys, please. Okay, so let's do this. let's see. You want to know if Hitesh and you will be in a relationship, so let's look. I'm getting the Devil card and the Page of Swords in reverse. I do, Cynthia. I've got my rates right there, and I also offer different services in the description too. Paid readings get priority, so if you want to pay for a reading, you would be the next person up. Okay, awesome. So here's what I got here, like I was saying. Devil card, this one is in reverse, and Page of Swords. This one looks like it's upright, but it's actually, anyway, this one's in reverse. Yeah, because the major arcana cards are different. Okay, anyway. So the Devil here being in reverse, and then this card being in reverse. I'm going to say I don't think you're going to be in a relationship with Hitesh, just because the energies here feel it feels like there's a lot of mental blocks. I'm not going to ever say no forever, but it looks to me like there isn't enough of a connection at this point in time for a relationship. Possibly in the future things can change, but right now that's kind of where I'm looking there. So I don't feel like there's a connection, Yajna, but we'll see, right? We'll see. I'm hoping whatever you want to have happen happens. And yeah, so Pamela, what was your question? All the water you can drink. $11. Okay, I'm gonna draw 2 cards for 11. I'm just kidding. Yeah, you go with your question here. I'll be back. You're welcome, Yajna. I'll be back lickety split. I don't know what that means, but it sounds dirty. Bye-bye. Hey there, Kamari. Let's do this. All right, so Pamela, what was your question? Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next person here, unless Pamela's typing up a storm. Brina, are you still there? Brina Brown? Come on down. Okay. Alright, Flommy, are you still there? Or Flamey? Okay. Alrighty, so let's do this here. And I can add you to the list, Simran. Give me 1 second here and let me do that for you. I don't think I've seen you on the channel. Welcome to the channel. And we'll get to your question here in just a minute. So sit tight and I'll let you know when you can ask your question. Okay, so oh, let me see here. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Okay, I'm going to do this for Flame and then you'll be the next one on my list, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's do this. Okay. Alrighty, so let me do Flame's question and then we're straight on to Cynthia, who paid for 2 questions. So let's do that. And again, thank you, Cynthia. Okay. I've never seen Cynthia spelled that way either, so I think that's interesting. Okay. So what did Musa think when he saw my last messages to him? So what did they think when they saw the last messages to them? Here we go. So this is the wheel right here. And then we have the 3 of coins upright. So the wheel is in reverse, and so it feels like there's non-progressive movement, or like non-movement. It doesn't feel progressive, or it doesn't feel degressive, I guess. It doesn't feel aggressive. What I'm seeing here basically is that things are kind of at a standstill, not moving. When I see the 3 of coins, this one's upright. Possibly they could be reaching out to you. I would say hopefully it's sooner rather than later, but that's kind of what I'm getting here. So I think the message kind of took them off guard a little bit, but I feel like it seems like it was okay. Just the three of coins right here. This is a card of teamwork or of working together. So maybe they'll reach out. Maybe they'll talk with you. So I don't see it as a bad card, but it feels like there's some stagnant energy or there's some stuck kind of energy. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling there. So I would say like a 60% chance they'll contact you, and yeah, so I would say like 60% chance they'll contact you and maybe a 40% chance they won't. Hold on here. I can understand you were scared. I'd say, Flame, give it some time and let's see what happens here. It looks like there's a connection, so we'll just see. We'll see what happens, okay? All right, so Pamela, are you with us? We'll get to you, Simran. We'll get to you. We're going to do Cynthia's question right now, and I'm going to do this. And Cynthia, I'm going to take a guess at what your favorite colors are. I'm thinking like peridot green and like a light blue. No, it's not your turn, Pamela, but we'll circle back to you. Right now I'm doing a paid reading. Would you say green and light blue, Cynthia, are your favorite colors? Maybe. Okay, currently in a situationships. Anyway. We've been friends for 13 years, lost communication within time, but always ran back into each other. Okay. I feel like I met the one, even though we've had bumps along the road. Just want to know if I'm wasting my time or keep seeing where this goes. Okay, awesome, Pamela. Perfect. All right, so we're going to do this. Oh, no, okay. All right, I'm going to try it again. Burgundy and black. Okay, I got the burgundy. We're going to get you set up, okay? Give me just a second. Let's get you set up, and then let's do some black. Okay, so you like the color blood. I hear you, Cynthia. You have a tendency to enjoy murder. I get you. Blood it's okay. I'm all right with that. Let's change the name, though. All right, let's do this here. We're going to do... I got to look at how to spell it, because it'll throw me off track here. You are welcome. Okay, so Cynthia, let's see what we can do here for you. So we're going to kind of get into this a little bit. You said you always run to each other, but there's kind of this connection here. So why do you feel like you love serial killer shows? I'm going to tell you right now. I've yet to meet a person of the female variety that doesn't like murder shows. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, I swear to God, women can fall asleep to murder shows, and it's like, he was cutting her head off, and this and that, and there's blood everywhere, and women are like, oh man, this does it for me. Like, what the hell? The vampire vibe, though, is cool. I get you. That actually does look neat. I do like those colors, but yeah. I can't watch that stuff, you know, and I feel like I got a weak constitution or something, and then, but you know, more power to you. There's a lot of ways a person can die, and I'm sure you guys have seen quite a few of them. I can't do it, man. Oh, okay, you like murder shows, but you don't like scary movies. You think it would be the opposite, because the murder shows are real, but the scary movies aren't. but I'm not sure. They're just interesting. And yeah, I get that. I can see that. It's like anything else. Yeah, Pamela, it can be heavy. I have this thing though. I get scared easily, so I hide behind my blanket. I hear you on that. I do that all the time, even when I'm not scared. I'm just a shy guy, right? Not like the Mario character, but just in general. But then I'll be watching a murder show, like it just kind of happens, you know. You're on the internet, you're wondering what the hell, and then you look at it. And I'll tell you right quick, I get invested into these murder shows. When I do watch them, they suck me in because it is fascinating sometimes. Some of the scenarios are so like weirdly complex, and like the lying and the way people operate in those. Anyway, sorry, Cynthia. We'll get to your reading here. Let me do this. If you can't tell, I get carried away just a teeny bit. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Alright, let's do this here. One episode, then you're hooked on the rest. I watched, it was like the end of it, right? And what was the show? What was it called? So my girlfriend started watching a show, and it was Ted Bundy. Like, it talked about him exclusively, and I wasn't watching it at first, but then I sat down, I started watching it, could not turn it off. I mean, it was fascinating. The guy was insane, right? But fascinating. It was, I don't know, it was interesting. And then I think there's Ed Gein, there's John Wayne Gacy, there's Jeffrey Dahmer. We watched a movie that was like his life, you know, but it was like Hollywood style Jeffrey Dahmer, not how he actually was, I'm sure. They kind of made him likable, which is scary. And it's like, but I think that was the point of the movie, is that anyone could be a killer, you know, and that doesn't make you paranoid. You know, that definitely doesn't make you paranoid. You got another reading by a lady, and she was so accurate and on point, and just want to see it from another person's view. Okay, let's do that for you. Let me go like this. I'm going to go back up and read the question again. Okay. Hey there, INTJ. Thank you for subscribing. The Myers-Briggs personality test. I am also an INTJ, so appreciate it. Okay, Cynthia, let's see what we get here. So, we've got the Knight of Cups in reverse. We have the Page of Cups in reverse. Nine of Wands upright. Okay, all right. I'm seeing where this reading's going already. King of Coins in reverse, Judgment upright, and Queen of Coins upright. Okay, so I'm feeling like Knight of Cups, Page of Cups. These, oh, you're one too, Pam. Awesome. Well, there we go. Okay, so Knight of Cups in reverse, Page of Cups in reverse. These cards right here, these two cards right here, these make me think that, so you guys are with each other, you're not with each other. I'm wondering if the communication's good, or if this guy is this person vulnerable with you? Do you guys talk about things and really connect, or is it more of like a physical connection, or is it more of a romantic connection? Because if I see this, it looks like we could be dealing with some emotional congestion. possibly on their end, or like why is there a connection with this person and then they pull away? That's what I'm wondering. Like, what happens? You guys fall apart, fall away from each other. So I'm just curious. One second here. You're okay, Angelino. Don't worry about it. How was your day? Hold on here. He doesn't express his feelings, so that would make sense that these two are like that. Nine of Wands is the burden card right here, okay? So, Cynthia. Okay. You feel like this person's the one. I get that, right? Okay. A little stressful but productive. That's literally how that's how I sleep. I don't sleep well, if you guys are wondering. Good, good. Yeah, Angelino, my day's been good so far. Got up super early, and that's new. Okay. Well, within the years, we've lost contact. We're in other relationships, and then he added me on social media around the time my ex and I broke up, maybe 9 months after. And he had got out of a relationship too. Okay, okay. So let's do this. Let's talk about this. Okay. All right. All the penis strings. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, Cynthia. So this person isn't being emotionally expressive, and you guys have known each other kind of off and on and had, you know, it sounds to me like you wouldn't be afraid to go forward or to move something forward, but there's apprehension from this person. And I would say, honestly speaking, I wouldn't wait around. I get the King of Coins in reverse. I get Judgment right here, and I get the Queen of Coins. To me, it feels like you're settling with someone. Like, I get it, there's a good connection here, but to me, it feels like his connection is immature to how you feel. I get a sense of someone that's not open to expressing themselves the way you would be, and to me, I feel like your love language would be more about communication and being honest and open and vulnerable, whereas this person could be a great guy, but if they're not emotionally expressive to where you can feel that connection, it's going to be hard to kind of work with that, right? It's kind of like if you're a like, oh, the analogies, they escape me. But so I get, like I said, King of Coins in reverse. Okay, I feel like that's his energy. And then when I touched this, I heard the name, and I don't think you said the name. Have you said their name, Cynthia? Or have you left out the name? Sometimes you feel like he pushes you away. As I was touching this card, the King of Coins, does their name start with an R? I was getting the name Richard. I don't know if that name means anything to you, but I was just going to throw that out there. I'm working with psychic ability sometimes too, but again, don't know if that name means anything, but I'm going to throw it out there, see what sticks. Oh, you didn't say his name. Okay. But anyway, so as I was touching this, the Judgment card and the Queen, I feel like you're the Queen of Coins in this. I feel like you're a giving person. I feel like you're kind. And you would give your all but if we're dealing with someone who's pulling away, it's really important for you with this person to have a conversation, and it might be uncomfortable. Starts with a J. Okay. Starts with a J. Okay. We'll call him... We're still going to stick with Richard, though. That's interesting the name came through because it was very clear. So again, don't know if that means anything to you. Maybe later on it'll mean something. But regardless. So we have Judgment, Queen of Coins. I feel like this is your energy. But if you're with someone and you don't know where you stand, because obviously you're on here and you're asking me, that's not a good place for you to be. There needs to be some form of either commitment or some form of like, you know where you are with this person, because right now you're talking to basically a stranger, and I'm more than happy to help you, but you should be able to talk to them directly, you know? And if it's hard to get these kinds of conversations out of them now, you know, it's something that can be really frustrating later on. And so... Okay, his name. Okay, that's his name. All right. So with, okay, you even spelled it out phonetically, and I'm still nervous on pronouncing it. Jaime? Yeah, kind of what Pamela's saying. I agree with that. My advice in these kinds of scenarios is that, again, I'm sure they can be a great guy. I'm not sensing a connection that's like the worst thing I've ever felt or anything even close, but it's like still dealing with closed off male energy. It's not fun to deal with. And we want a sense of expression, you know? Unless you're okay, I'm going to say this, Cynthia, unless you're okay with being with someone who's going to be mute a lot of the time and they're not going to be expressive in those ways, then I'd say that's okay. Okay. Okay, he used to express himself to me before, but then he stopped because he's told me, what if you just leave? Just like my last two relationships, they find someone else and leave. Yeah, guess what you're doing? Guess what you're doing, guy with a J name that I have a hard time pronouncing? You're pushing people away and you're doing self-sabotage. So he's literally this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then when you leave, he'll be like, see, I told you you'd leave. And it's like, yeah, because you're pushing me away. I'm sorry, but that's not a good reason. And you even said, well, you're not like them, because you're not. You're not them. I tell him to, like, dude, open up a little. He does tell me he appreciates me, and I'm sorry. And he's sorry. He doesn't say much. I just think a lot has to do with his childhood. Okay, yeah, but it's like, yeah. Okay, so let me give you a scenario, all right? Cynthia, I'm going to say you probably didn't have an easy childhood either. You know, I'm going to say that there's probably times that were very difficult for you as well. But you're coming at it from a place where you're in a healed space and you've healed from your past relationships. If someone is blaming anything on their childhood, you can do that. In my opinion, you can totally do that. But I feel like you need to be getting therapy at the same time that you're saying that. Because if you're going to blame it on your childhood and you're not going to do anything about it, then that shows you this person's work ethic towards themselves emotionally. And that's not fair to you. Again, I get that people can have hard childhoods, and some of them are horrific, but I've also seen people still be emotionally expressive. You know, I've also seen people heal enough that they can express themselves and come at it from that space. But again, he appreciates you. I get that. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. That's what makes this kind of difficult, because it's not like I'm saying, you know, the shows that you like to watch, The Murderers, well, he's one of them. No, I'm not getting that vibe, right? But it does feel like there's some healing that needs to be done. And for you to come on here and say, am I wasting my time? a part of you is thinking the same thing. So here's what I'll suggest, Cynthia, and this is a big ask. This is a big ask of you, but you seem to be involved with this person, and I get it. I can understand that. So I'll say this: if you can offer to help this person and they'll take it, then you know, right? Then you know that this person's willing to work through things, but they need to be able to show you that they're willing to improve and work on their own mental health and their own emotional well-being. Okay, I've done a lot of self-healing, and I told him he has a lot of self-healing as well, because some of the stuff he has to work on, but that's within his own time, his own thoughts. It is, but it affects his relationship with you. That's what I'm trying to bring up. It affects his relationship with you, and when things haven't been dealt with for a very long time or they've been shoved away, it's going to come out somewhere in the relationship. He's already telling you that he can't express himself because of relationships that have nothing to do with you. And that's not fair to you, because you're not those people. And yes, it is his own time. You're absolutely right. It's on his own time. But sometimes men, given their own time, don't look into it. I can tell you right now, men can keep themselves busy in so many ways. So many ways. And so there's a lot of self-reflection avoidance when you're a man. I should know because I is one. And it's not necessarily because we want to, and I'm not trying to give you a sob story. Men rule the world, so I'm not going to tell you, oh, we have it so tough, because we don't. Not in a lot of ways, but emotionally men do have it tough because we're told not to express any emotions except for anger and happiness. And I'll tell you right now, you can't turn off just one emotion. When you turn off one emotion, the rest turn off as well. It's not like you can pick and choose. I wish. I'd love to be angry all the time, but I can't do that. No, I'm kidding, but it's up to you what you want to do. I don't get a bad vibe necessarily, but it does feel to me like you're going to be waiting, and if this person isn't putting any effort in to fix these issues and work on the relationship with you in a way that's moving things forward. It's good if someone says they appreciate you, they show you, and you can sense that they care. That's wonderful. It is. But do they respect themselves enough to look into what's going on with them and working on those issues? Because loving you for this person could be a form of escaping from their own issues. Again, there's just some unhealed wounds here. And so it makes it difficult in a relationship, because when someone is wounded, it's kind of like I always say there's three people in a relationship, right? There's you, there's them as individuals, and then there's you working together as a couple. But in this case, there's actually a fourth person in the relationship, and it's the wounded self of this person. Because that is going to come up in the relationship time and time again, and there's going to be misunderstandings. There's going to be things that you didn't do that you have to explain to this person. And if you're wanting to do that, if you're wanting to be there for this person in that way, and you sense that they can change, not even that. It's because I've heard of people trying to change other people. So I'll say it like this. If you see the person's making efforts and strides to do this, I'd say go for it. If they're being lazy in their approach to self-improvement, then you know what you're getting into. Regardless, you know what you're getting into. And don't expect someone to change just because of you. Because that right there is a mistake that a lot of people make. They feel like if I can just love them hard enough, if I can just show them what's going on, that they'll change. No, it has nothing to do with you. It's them. They have to be willing to want to change. And sometimes people get stuck in victimhood. And they'll say, oh, it's this or it's that. And they just don't want to look any deeper. And so, again, if you want to love the person that we're talking about right here, if you want to love a person that we're talking about right here, know that this is how they're going to be. Don't expect change. See them for who they are now and know that this is probably going to be who they are for the rest of their life. And say, okay, I'm fine with that. If you're okay with that, then more power to you, right? But that's kind of where I'm coming from. Don't look at it like there's potential for this person to change, because then you're marrying something that isn't there. Or not marrying, but being with someone that isn't there. Yeah, we do good together, like we're a good team. I'm not here trying to change him. If he has to change it's on his plate, and I just hope he sees it before it's too late. Yeah. I hear you, Cynthia. I get it. I understand. And you're coming from a very sweet place, and you want to be there for this person, and he sounds like a wonderful guy, but just there has to be that the person has to work through. And so it's not I've just seen people stay in relationships because they feel like, if I love this person hard enough, if I do this, they'll change. And then you're falling in love with an idea of a person that doesn't even exist. And a lot of times people romanticize an idea of a person instead of the actual person, because the idea of a person can remain perfect, but the actual person, they've got their flaws. Anytime I've tried distancing myself or have no contact with him, he still finds a way to reach out to me. We went 2 months without talking, and I tell him, like, oh, what the do you want that? Yeah, and that's... Yeah. Oh, it's difficult, you know? It's a situation and a half, in my opinion. I can see it from both angles on this one, just because they're not a bad person, but I never tell people to wait around for anyone to change. And so if I seem like I'm coming from a place that's... You said truth hurts, right? Honesty. And I don't pull my punches. I probably should. But I feel like the only way we can get through this is to kind of mention the things that can be painful. Like, I get we all had a rough past, but shit, grow from it and learn from your mistakes. Exactly, but thank you. I guess I just needed to vent. You're good, Cynthia. You're good. You can vent. I get it. I get it. I had a difficult childhood too, you know? A lot of people have had difficult childhoods. That's no reason for them to be who they are now, right? If anyone is ever blaming their childhood, I get it. It can be rough. And some of us have it worse than others. But, okay, now what do we do? It does, but sometimes we have to hear it. Yeah. So, yeah, I feel like that's kind of there. Was that the same reading you got from the other person that was spot on accurate? Or did they say something completely different, and then now we have conflicting views? Yeah, you're good, Cynthia. If you need to vent, I get it. They can be difficult situations. You're an overthinker, Cynthia. I never would have guessed that. I'm just ribbing you. I'm an overthinker too. I know. I get it. I understand, because I do it all the time. I'm overthinking right now. But the self-sabotaging, and I'll say this too, Cynthia, sometimes we attract ourselves to men that are unavailable because we feel like if we can work with them and we can fix what's going on with them and make them into a better person, that could possibly heal a relationship that we had from our parents. That's one thing, right? Has a lot of maturing he has to work through. Absolutely. Absolutely. And sometimes we pick people, like I was saying, we pick people that are distant or avoidant in nature, because then it's kind of like we're in a relationship, but kind of not. It's like we're safe in a way. You know, it's kind of like this safe zone. And yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Annie. That's horrible. That's true. The future is still to be written. Absolutely. Absolutely. Things can change, but I just would say don't stick around for things to change. If it's meant to be, it'll happen. If it's not, then we haven't wasted, 5 or 6 years thinking that things could be different. But yeah, so Cynthia, do you feel like that helps answer that question for you? Because time is the one currency that we don't get back. To an extent, we can make a lot of money, we can do all that, but we don't get a half-off discount. We don't get 5 years back in a 10-year relationship if something happens. If they do the work, they can always try again. Or, maybe not. Maybe they missed an opportunity. That happens. I'm just being honest here. It sounds like I'm just a naysayer, but sometimes people miss the opportunity. Sometimes there's something there, they don't see it for what it is, and they just sort of leave something good on the table, Woke up to a missed call and he's like, are you done being mad or moody? Okay, so he's passive aggressive too. That's fun to work with. Yeah, there's some maturing that needs to happen major, Cynthia. Your second question would be for yourself, just seeking for some guidance. Okay, let's see what we can do there. All right, let me shuffle the cards here. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. The passive aggressive thing, the moody or mad thing, it's like, it's someone who doesn't know how to, talk with people. Well, he must wear size 2s. I guess that's what it sounds like. Okay. Let's see what we can find for you. So your second question was... Oh, you're just seeking some guidance. Okay, let's do that. Let's see what we can get for guidance for you. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move these over so you can see, sort of. Kind of hard to see them all, but anyway. So we're going to start with this one here. This is the Nine of Wands. This one is upright for you. So it's showing that we could be going through some difficult situations or times. And the Nine of Wands is kind of a card of burden or of carrying too much. You'll notice that this person, if I show you the card on the camera, you'll notice that it looks like they're climbing up a pyramid. They're almost to the top, but it's like it's a struggle. It's a struggle to get there. And part of me feels like you're becoming more enlightened and aware of situations with yourself, and there can be a sense of pain that resides there. And so what Spirit is trying to tell you, that it's normal to go through these kinds of processes. In fact, it shows that you're becoming someone who's going to be a better, kinder, more understanding person. But there's a lot that we have to work through before we get to that. There's a lot we have to work through before we get to the treat, right? Before we get that chocolate cake. I would want some chocolate cake. Oh, I could go. Anyway, so we have the Hermit card right here. This one was in reverse, which to me is showing that you don't mind at times, you don't mind being alone, but then at other times there needs to be someone you can reach out to and talk with. And so there's a sense of like needing company, but also understanding that people can be disappointing at times. People can be difficult to deal with. So it's like, what do I do? What can I do? And something tells me you can be a fairly independent person. I feel like you're strong-willed. I feel like you're a strong person. But there can also be a side of you that wants to be, close with somebody, that wants to be there with somebody. We just need to find someone who could be that match for us, right? Because I said your love language to me felt like communication and emotional connection, right? And if that's not there, because some relationships, there isn't an emotional connection in it. It works out for people, right? I don't get that with you, though. There needs to be an emotional connection. There needs to be talking, being vulnerable, because that leads to a deeper sense of intimacy. Because to me, sex is not intimacy. Yes, physically, I guess, right? It'd be what you do it, but emotionally being there, emotionally being vulnerable, seeing in someone's eyes that they're with you, right? Right, okay, so that makes sense. So then we get this card. We get the Knight of Cups. You want, and this one's in reverse, you want someone that's there for you, but in a way that also gives you a sense of autonomy, right? You don't want someone to rule over you. You don't want someone to tell you what to do. You just want someone that's like a partner that you can speak with, you can talk with things about, and sort of have conversations with. It's just like you want company, but not someone that smothers, right? And sometimes we could be dealing with men or women, right? That could be very, very either emotionally avoidant, or they can be way too clingy, right? And so you have different attachment styles, and a lot of times these two opposing attachment styles, and this is a theory, right? They call it the attachment style theory, but there's two attachment styles that chase each other. There's the avoidant attachment style, which sounds like this guy, and you to some extent, and then there's the anxious attachment style, which sounds like you as well, because you can have anxious and avoidant, and that's where you kind of want to be alone, but you also don't want to be alone. It's like you want to be alone with company. Whatever the hell that means. Yeah, you can definitely have both. You can definitely have both. You have anxious avoidant, anxious and then there's avoidant, and then there's secure. A secure relationship is someone who knows how to emotionally express themselves, and apparently that's like 50% of the population. Where the hell are all the secure people? I haven't found anyone. I mean, our last president, you know what I mean? It's like, what the hell's happening? What is happening out there? Where are the secure people? They must be so secure that they're all holed up somewhere, and they're just so secure, because I can't find them. It's also, yeah, there you go, Angelino. Disorganized attachment style. There's different names for the same things, and that's what's annoying in psychology. Because it's a theory, a bunch of other psychologists said, yes, disorganized, yes, this, yes, that. There's ambivalent, there's all these different things, right? But at the end of the day, it's really messy to try to categorize people into these simple categories, but these sort of do make sense, you know? And sometimes we just call each other and stay quiet. Oh, well, I don't know how that works, but it works. Hey, I get it. I get it. I, too, am a hobbit. All right? I've said it so many times. I am a hobbit. Everyone else is the wizard or the dwarves that disturb my peace. I do mean anyone, even myself sometimes. I just want to get away from myself sometimes. So, you know. Okay, so Knight of Cups in reverse. We still have some emotional things we need to deal with, because the Knight of Cups in reverse could be that we are working with emotional extremes. Hey, Elizabeth. And if we're working with emotional extremes, it can be something that's super... It's imperative, because for you, you're an emotionally intelligent person, but even I feel like there's part of you that stays away from looking at all of the pain that you've gone through, because some of it's really hard to unpack. But I feel like you've done a really good job. You've been healing, and I'm not telling you to rush the process in any way, shape, or form, because that's not how this works. You can't rush healing. You know, you can scream at a cut to heal faster. The only thing you're going to do is get out of breath, pass out, hit your head on the sink, and maybe die, right? So, you know, don't do that. But we get the Three of Cups, right? We get the Three of Swords, okay? Both of these are in reverse, which to me is recovering from heartache and recovering from emotional situations where there's company. There's a tendency for us to not... I feel like you're a good person, and I feel like you're someone who tries to believe in the best of people, but there's a part of you that's scared of people in a way that being vulnerable around people is unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen. And if our environment feels unpredictable, we don't feel safe, right? And sometimes we can also have that with hypervigilance as well. And we can have that with different other things. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, humans are complex. We can feel so many different things at the same time. And it's a fascinating thing. It's also kind of annoying sometimes, right? Okay, so then we have this. We have the Page of Coins. This one's also in reverse. And I feel like with this one here, yeah, my exes have all been so shitty, and I was so scared to open up to anyone, and boom, I opened up to him. Right, right. Part of me, Cynthia, feels like... Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Okay. He's called you out before. Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, exactly. You said, I'm like, shit, you too. Exactly. I was gonna say, he's calling you out. Let go of your past. I'm scared to talk about my feelings. What the okay, I'm sorry, but what the hell? Where the hell is that going? Oh, the hypocrisy. The sheer, unadulterated. No, that's not right. Unedited. I don't know. There you go. Pamela's got a point there. He's able to see in you what he needs to see in himself. Well, son of a bitch. There you go. Oh, man. I'll tell you. the amount of water I drink. So much of it. There's part of you, Cynthia, you're still going through the healing process, and part of you I felt like was feeling so alone, so isolated, that when someone was reaching out, or when you reached out to this person, it felt like there was a connection again, and you wanted so badly to have that connection that I felt like there was lowering your standards. Because this person isn't shitty as the rest of them, but do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, well, a step up from shit is still kind of a runny turd. You know what I mean? At times. Maybe that's just me talking. Because I realize it's just me talking. It's like literally no one else says anything. But what's funny is that I have voices for each and every one of you. I can imagine you guys speaking. It's all my voice because it's in my head, but each and every one of you is me in some way. We are mirrors for people, especially when there is something hard to see in themselves, because it's hard to face our shadow. Yes, exactly, Pamela. 100%. It's easier to point out. It's easier to point out another person's shadow than it is to look at our own. There's a person, Alain de Botton, and he talks about emotional philosophy and things like that. But he said this. He said, a person that has met you has more knowledge and insight with you in the first 20 minutes of meeting you than you'll probably have in your entire life. They know exactly who you are. They can see everything that you do, but you're blind to your own shortcomings. But that person who's known you for 20 minutes, they know what's up, and you probably won't figure any of that shit out. I'm just throwing that out there. Now, I get what you mean. It took me 4 months into talking to him every day to actually see him in person. I was scared to get attached to someone. How's my voice in your head? No, it's just me. It's just me. I make up voices. Some of you are Irish. I'm not going to say who, but I think you know. The Irish ones are always the funnest ones. But it's okay because we can do this. We can do this, Cynthia. I know it feels like we've spent a good amount of time focusing on this kind of connection. And you said it took you months to open up, and it took all of that. I get it. I understand that. And I'm not saying that it was for nothing. It's not. We're seeing areas where we still need to heal because you were very scared. But the part that I really like about this, the thing that I really like, is that even though you were very, very scared, you still were open to the idea of a possible connection with this person. That to me shows an immense amount of emotional growth. And because you were scared, but you did it. And this person, he's doing it, but he's scared, you know? And he's not willing to look at it. He's not willing to see what's going on. And I don't know, I admire that. I admire that because I would want to have that in my own sense of self, but I'm still learning with my emotions and things like that. Me talking like this right now, this is me excited, right? And this is me all the time, just completely just mute as hell. It's just, yeah. But seriously, it's tough to be anybody in this world. I get that, but we have to start healing and we have to start taking accountability. And Pamela's right about that too. If you don't feel emotionally safe being vulnerable with him, that's not good for you. I agree with that. But Cynthia, whatever you choose to do in this connection, whatever it is you choose to do, please know that you can come here and you can talk. Even if you, like I've been bashing this connection and everything, but if you decide to stay with this person or decide to do whatever, please feel free to come on here. I'm not going to judge you. That's not what this channel is about. We'll work through issues as we can and we'll talk about things as we do. So please feel free to always come in here and feel like, you know, it's that kind of space. So I just wanted to let you know that. Awesome, Cynthia. Awesome. It is. It is hard. It's anything in this life worth doing is going to be difficult, because if everything was easy, everyone would be doing it. You know, the path towards enlightenment is often, well, it's often linked to the gates of hell, you know. As far as we go down into hell, that's as far as we can rise into heaven, so to speak. But some people's roots, they don't even go that far below the surface, and then their branches are kind of, you know, just a little bit droopy. Droopy, poopy branches. But that's kind of, yeah. Okay. I'm going to reposition myself for probably the upteenth time. And as I do that, I'm going to do this really quick. But hopefully, Cynthia, that did help, and that gave you something, some answers. Okay. And thank you everyone else in the community for doing that. So Valerie, I'm just going to say this, work on yourself. Look at the pain that's with you. Basically what I was saying to this person, and what you're asking is more of a psychic question. I charge for those. But you're asking, when will you get into a successful relationship? That's up to you. But you have to come from a healed place. If you want to have a successful relationship, look into the psychology of a successful relationship and what that means. Information is available on the internet for anyone that dares to look. Okay? So, yeah, I'm just saying that because I'm not going to take any more free readings here, so we'll do this. But that should give you some insight, Valerie. All right. So let's do this here. Okay. What do we have on the list? Okay. All right, so we have Annie or Asha Kamari. Valerie, okay, I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this because I'm not trying to get money from you. I'm not trying to extort you in any way. What I'm telling you is this, okay? You don't need to pay me for this information, all right? Because I'm going to tell you the same thing I just told you if you paid me for it. It's going to be, you're ready to start a relationship when you're ready to start a healthy relationship. Look into the psychology of it, okay? I know we're probably wanting a quick fix. That's not what you need. You need to understand what a successful, healthy relationship looks like, and then try to emulate those qualities or try to understand what that would look like with another person. Because that's going to be the way that you find success with this. But we need to heal. We need to look at these kinds of things. Me telling you 3 years you'll have a successful relationship, that doesn't mean shit. You need to work on yourself because you are the factor in that. You have free will. It's difficult to read things that have free will. Situations, sometimes, events, okay, but you're a person, you have free will, and you could decide that you don't want to heal. You could decide you don't want to do the work, you know, or you could decide you're going to do it for a second and stop. So it's up to you to find a successful relationship in this scenario. Look up videos. Healthy, successful relationships. What does it take? What does it look like? And then try to find someone who has those qualities. Because a lot of therapists talk about that kind of stuff. Okay. All right, is anyone here that wants to hear some spiritual stuff? You're welcome, Valerie. Because if anyone wants to hear some spiritual mumbo jumbo, I got some stuff for you. But if not, that's okay. Oh yeah, that's right, Pamela. What was your question? I never got to you. I forgot to circle back. So what was your question, Pamela? And by the way, thanks for being on here and giving some helpful advice. But yeah, I've got some spiritual topics in me. This old goat has some... Yeah, I don't know where it's going with that. What do you need to hear or know now? All right, let's do this here. What does Pamela need to hear or know now? What does Pamela need to hear or know now? Okay. I figured that was your question. I had a feeling. What does Pamela need to hear or know now? Would you guys want to see some more of my artwork that I've done? It's not as good as murder, but it's close. All right, let's see what we get for Pamela. Okay, so Pamela, we have the Hierophant. Okay, this one is upright, and then we have the Chariot in reverse. So we could be having something. We could be having FOMO, fear of missing out. Maybe we look at people that have more of a I need to hear go to bed and get some sleep. You know what, Pamela? My spirit guides don't work that way. Awesome, Angelina. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So, the Hierophant in reverse and the Chariot, right? I will, Angelina. I'll show you guys. I worked on some ones that I felt like were very... I like them. I don't know. Hierophant is going to be wanting to do things in a more traditional way. We're focused on doing things in a possibly more traditional way, or we could be comparing ourselves to the Joneses. People have more of a traditional life, and that's going to be something that they focus on, right? They're going to focus on more of the traditional things. But a lot of us do not have traditional lives, and we feel like we're missing out in some way. We feel like if we don't have a person by the time we're, 18, we feel like something's wrong with us. If we don't have a house by the time we're, 18, there might be something wrong with us. Basically, at a young age, we're meant to have a lot, and if we don't get it, there's something wrong with us, right? And so there could be that kind of mentality. And I see the Chariot here in reverse, and that feels like things aren't moving forward, right? And that's something that I feel is kind of focused on that. Oh, thank you, Marie. Thank you so much. I'll look at your question here. Let me add you to the list here. But that's something that I'm getting, is that there could be a craving for something that's more traditional, but it's not meant for us. I crave it too. And, maybe there's some jealousy and resentment there on a lot of people's parts, because it seems like a lot of people have an easier life. They have a different life than we do in some ways, but every single person has their struggles. And to envy anyone, I think, is not a good thing, because every single person, they've got a hell that they're dealing with in some way, shape, or form. So Spirit's basically saying, stick to what you're doing, remain uniquely you, and focus on what it is that you can do, because you're a universal expression, right? No, Marie, you'll be the next one up. Let me look here. Okay, so let's do this. So okay, so Marie, just so I can say this so that you know, I am in no way a doctor or a medical practitioner of any kind, and I have a medical disclaimer. I can try and look and see what's going on, but I'm going to say, for the sake of the disclaimer, please look at this as just rambling, me just rambling, and don't take it too seriously if I'm going to be doing this, because I work with some medical stuff, but it's not necessarily my forte, so I can try and look. Would you be open to me sending some energy to your niece as well? I once reduced a baby's fever in like 5 minutes, so I might be able to help. Yeah, so you're the next one up, Marie, so let's do this. Okay, let me start drawing, and then maybe I can think of something here. Okay. Okay, can you tell me your niece's sinus situation? The nose, the ears, and maybe around the eyes. You said she's had a fever. I'm wondering if there's inflammation in the nose or inflammation in the sinuses. And since she's so young, I mean, she's, let's see, 6 months, 4 months. She's 10 months old, it seems like. Close to it, or a little over. They told her she has no infections. That's why they wanted to test for UTI. I'm sure she does not have UTI. She's small. Okay. Give me a second here. Okay, so around the eyes. That's kind of what I was getting to. It felt like sinuses or the eyes. Is she eating? Is she throwing up? Is she... Can you kind of describe to me if she's... And is it a low-grade fever? Dry boogers, but no infection. Okay. Sinuses were what I was seeing, though. I'll keep looking, though. It's been high, it's been coming and going. Okay. Okay. And there's no abnormal lumps or bumps anywhere on the body, like in the ankle. Sometimes fluid can collect in the ankle. Sometimes there can be something in the knee. And like the joints. How are her joints? Does she scream or cry, or is there any redness or irritation around her her elbows, her knees, shoulders? It could be. I had a feeling of something to do with calcium, but then I was thinking, I think human breast milk has quite a bit of calcium. I was seeing something with calcium too, but I'm thinking, but the fever, her body aches maybe had, okay. Okay. All right, so could we do something here? Could the mother get a breast pump? Could that be something that could happen here so that there can be formula even when she's not around? I know it's not the same thing. It can be an attachment thing, of course, but there needs to be something. If we feel like that's one of the reasons, a breast pump could help possibly fix that. But I'm going to try sending some energy here. The way I was feeling it felt like sinuses. Okay, that's a good question. All right, that's a good question. Give me 1 second here. How has the base of her spine been? I know it sounds like a weird thing, but like the tailbone to the base of the spine, do you see anything there? Or have you seen anything there? Okay. All right, so let's do this. Because primarily what I was getting was sinuses, and then I'm getting, when I tuned into her energy, I saw like a storm, like a tempest, and then I saw 2 snakes. The twin snakes can be a sign of spiritual awakening, and Kundalini rising can definitely have an effect like exactly what you're talking about. Fever, no infection, and does her spine show it hurts? It can hurt if the Kundalini is rising, if that's what it is. But when I tuned into the energy, I saw twin snakes, and Ida and Pingala are the twin snakes that go up the spine for Kundalini, which is like an awakening in a human. I've never heard of it happening in a baby, though. But if there is no infection, I would think that the only thing I can think of would be something more spiritually inclined. Was there a traumatic event before she got sick? Was there anything that happened to her before she got sick? Like, if you can remember or recall. It could be in the womb, yeah. I mean, since she's so young, did anything happen in the womb? Not necessarily. I don't know if that would make an impact. I do feel like trauma is carried genetically, though. I feel like the trauma, the reason why I feel like it carries on from generation to generation is I do feel like there's a genetic impact that it leaves, kind of like a signature written in the DNA. But let's do this. Let's do this. So, are you around the Isla right now? I'm just wondering if you're around her or if you're like somewhere else right now. She's at the hospital with your sister. Okay. So let's do this. Let's do some energy work. I'm going to do some energy work here. I would say as soon as possible, get her checked out. I know the idea of these different things, the UTI and stuff like that, can be scary, right? But it would be, in my opinion, it would be better to, you couldn't go and then one person could go in with, makes sense. That makes sense. And I get that she's young. I get that, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting situation here, a little bit more dire. So if something has to be done, I would take that step, because regardless, it sounds like she's in a place where she needs help. But let's try doing some energy work here and see what we can do. So So I've got this rock right here. This is labradorite. It's a really good stone. It deals with the heart, it deals with the throat, but it can also just be used as a healing energy. And I'm just going to send some healing energy to Isla, and we're going to see what we can come up with here. But what I'm going to do is this, because healing energy is different. In the case of infants, in the case of people that are in comas, or in the case of different things, you can't ask permission to a baby to send energy. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it out there, and it's hers if she needs it. It's hers if she wants it. But it's up to her, you know. But even babies are incredibly psychic and intuitive, so she'll know that it's there, and if she wants to take it, she can. So let's try doing some energy work here. And Marie, you can help me if you want to. You don't have to, but it would basically just be you closing your eyes and focusing on like a golden light up above Isla, okay? And this golden light is, when it's coming down, like it's in the air and it's coming down, and when it goes over her, it's this warm, gentle, loving light. And if you can imagine that inside of your own body, and then send that feeling to her as well, this loving, warm light, that's going to be good. So let's do this here. So I'm going to send some energy, and you can too, and we'll go from there, okay? Always when I start doing this work, seems like. Here we go. So I'm going to focus here. Just give me a second. Okay, I can do that for you, Annie. Just give me a second here. Okay, Marie. That should help. I felt a connection. So hopefully that helps with what she's going through. You'll just have to let me know. I'm going to be gone for a little bit. But if it helps, you can leave a comment or do something and let me know if it did help. If not, that's okay. It should help though. I did feel a connection, so hopefully that does something. But yeah, I definitely did feel a connection there. Yeah, I felt a connection with Isla, yes. It's like an energetic connection. So when I'm doing energy work, there's like a feeling of connecting with someone. And I felt like I was connecting with her energy because it's like I can feel a pulse. Okay, yeah, let me know, okay? I wish you the best with this, Marie. Hopefully everything clears up and it's fine. But yeah, I do wish you the best in this. I'm going to go to Annie's question now. So Annie, what were you wondering about? Oh, thank you, Florencia. Awesome to see you here. Thank you so much, Florencia. Appreciate it. How's your day going? You're very welcome, Marie. Well, hopefully you're having fun at the shops. I assume shops are the same thing in America as they are in Australia. It's not like where you go to buy koalas and kangaroos. Just listening on headphones. Oh, okay. Oh. It's probably morning there now or afternoon, right? Like 1:45 p.m. for you? Or no? Yeah, you're 14 hours ahead. I think. The same as the store. Okay, I'm making sure that's the case. 3:45. Damn it. That's close. No, that is 14 hours. I was just off on the time. Okay. It's crazy to think that everything's upside down over there. But you're used to that, Florencia, so it must not be weird to you. Oh, man. Annie? Did you want to ask your questions? Your life's been upside down since birth. That's kind of how it goes. Hey there, Hans Coco. It's been a minute. It's been a long minute, actually. How have you been doing? I feel like it's been over a year, hasn't it? Like man, it's been a minute. Hopefully things are going well for you. College got me by the throat. Ah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, when you go to strangle school, it makes it a little hard for you to get things done. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. The channel's growing, and yeah, we're building a little community here, so it's working out pretty well. I wish I could tell you more, but there's not much more to tell. You know, I'm going to be showing my art here in a second. But I have a feeling, Hans. Are we here to just drop in? Or do you have a question? Because you can peruse my wares if you want. I'm fine with that. It is good. It's been going good. Well, I might as well show you some of the arts. Oh, you're just here to chill. Perfect. Okay, so I'll show you some of the art stuff I got. So let's do this one. And yes, I made these just so you guys are, if you're wondering. But it's been a minute, man. There we go. Okay. All right, give me 1 second, guys, and I'm gonna do Annie's question because she paid for her question. And then after we do that, I can show you guys some of the art stuff I've been working on. Okay, so Annie says, my daughter, am I going to see her for the holiday this weekend? If not, when? Okay. Let's do this. And these are your 2 questions, Annie? Or... Well, I guess the one would be 2 questions if it was a when, but... Okay, hold on. Alright, your daughter. Are you going to see her for this holiday? Let's look. Is Annie going to see her daughter this holiday? We have the moon, page of coins, knight of coins, okay, then we have Page of Wands. That one would be in reverse. Okay, that's in reverse to you. Ace of Wands is in reverse. And 8 of Cups is in reverse. Okay, your second question. Okay, we can do that. So, the moon being upright, this card right here, being upright, that's an interesting one to have. And then we have the Page of Coins. It's basically like a girl dancing. This one's also upright to you, and the Knight of Coins right here. I'd say there's a good possibility you could see her this weekend. These cards look good to me. Maybe there could be a delay of some sort. If for some reason it's not the holiday. Give me a second here. Felt like I got June 17th, or like June something. There's 3 J months, and so it could either be June, January, or July. But it feels like the 17th of one of those months, so that's kind of what I'm feeling for some reason. But hopefully you see her this weekend. It looks like it's likely that you could see her this weekend. I'm not going to say 100% that you will, because that's not how this works, but I will say it looks like it looks kind of likely to me. I'd say maybe 70% yes, 30% no, if I could give you a percentage to it. Yeah, but hopefully that works out and you get to see her. And like I said, if not, it felt like June, July, or January. I was getting the J for sure, so it felt like there was one of those. But hopefully it's June. Hopefully it's the earliest one. And if not that one, hopefully it's July. You know what I mean? I want you to get that sooner rather than later. So, yeah, that's what I'm seeing for you. Okay, so let me do this, and let me ask this other question, or answer this other question. So you said, when do I see things going better for you? So let's do this. I'm going to lay 6 cards down, and each card is going to represent 6 months, or each card is going to represent a month. And so we're going to start with May, and then we're going to go forward until we get to, I believe it's October, because we have May, June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, so May to October. And let's see where we can go with that. May to October. Okay. May to October. Here we go. Okay, so we have, all right, 8 of Swords is going to be for May. So it looks like we're still kind of in the muck and the mire in May a little bit. It seems to me like we could do something to make ourselves feel better, but sometimes there can be a sense of like rumination, I would say. So the 8 of Swords is a card where we can do something sometimes, right, to make things better, but maybe we don't know what it is that we could do, or maybe it's just too hard. Things can just be difficult. But this to me looks like a card where I'm seeing that for May. So let me do this. So we have May. Let's look at June. The Tower card in June. So that's can be some difficult energy, but it's basically getting rid of what no longer serves you, which can seem very difficult and hard at the time, but it's something that could be necessary. Most of the time, the Tower card is a necessary kind of obstacle that we need to overcome, or something that we need to let slip away that isn't serving us anymore. So May and June seem like they're going to be months where we're going to have to kind of, the self-love and the healing is something I always talk about, but these months in particular, it seems like we would need a good dose of that. So let's look at July here. So this one, we have the Ace of Coins. This one's in reverse. So July could be things possibly turning around financially, but there could still be some obstacles, because when I see the Ace of Coins in reverse, it's like things are wanting to start for you, things are wanting to move, but maybe something's happening to slow down the movement of financial success or financial gain in some way. It feels like maybe things could be moving for you, but maybe it's slower than we were thinking it would be. But it does feel like there could still be some movement here. So July feels like a good month for finances, even though it could start off slower than we're expecting, but it seems like a good month for finances. So let's do August here. Okay, that's a good one. So this is the Chariot for August, and that's a really good card. Could be maybe there's a cancer individual that we meet, but the Chariot is also a card of very fast-moving energy, so things could start happening for you in a very quick way. This could be business propositions possibly, or it could be just things kind of flowing for you. A lot of times we have these bouts of bad luck, and sometimes we have bouts of good luck. And I mean, those are a lot more rare, let's be honest. But this right here, the Chariot, yeah, I see that as being a pretty good card, honestly. So this is fast-moving energy, though, and it's major arcana. And so basically it means kind of buckle up, get ready for things to move quicker. It does feel like what happens in July here is going to really start picking up in August. So right now it's looking good. It's looking like things are getting better. Like I said, slow start in July, but things start to pick up in July and August. Okay. Then for September. For September, we got the Nine of Wands right here. It's a minute. But I've done these readings for myself, and a lot of times it's not like necessarily it's not necessarily the bad things are happening, but it could just be energy feeling like it's kind of stuck or stagnant. So it's not this, it could seem like a reading that's more leaning towards, it's kind of like self-empowerment, self-truth. That's the kind of feeling that I'm getting here. And Nine of Wands for September. This to me is like, I always view the Nine of Wands like a burden card. We're feeling burdened, or we're feeling like things are too much. And so it feels like in September, I would say we're probably going to be getting over, maybe we're cutting people out that no longer serve us, or maybe we're getting rid of situations that no longer serve us. Well, hopefully you get to see her this weekend. We'll have to see. So we have August, September. Let's look at October here. So then we have the Nine of Swords here. So I'm going to say it like this. It looks like there's a lot of things that need to be worked on and healed, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing here. I would say things are going to get better when we want to work on these things. That's what it looks like to me. Hey there, Kayla. Hopefully everything's going okay. You're usually not on here this late. Is everything going all right? But it looks like there's definitely some things that need to be healed here, and some events that will happen that I think can highlight that. I was talking about, in a way, suffering can help to bring us enlightenment, right? But it can also, it's suffering, it's painful, it's not fun to experience. But when we have these kinds of things happen, we kind of get to know a little bit more about ourselves when we're in certain situations. So it sort of lets us into a sneak peek of what's behind the scenes, to put it in a cute way. Of course it's not cute, but it does look like it's going to be more of a healing journey. I would say things will start to get better once you focus on that healing journey and do some more work here. But that's primarily what I'm seeing. So 6 months, it just feels like it's going to be more healing, more focusing on, I feel like spiritual development or emotional development in those ways. But that's what I'm getting, Annie. So yeah. But it does look like July and August seems to me to be really good months. And this energy isn't concrete. If July and August are good and we keep that momentum going, we can change this, because this is 6 months in the future. And in this timeline now, we work from past, present, future, right? Spiritual timeline's completely different. Sure, Kayla, I can do that for you. But that's what I'm getting there. That's kind of the energy that I'm getting. But you get to change this if you want to, right? It's up to you how you handle situations, how you handle things in your life, choices, stuff like that. Things can go much better than this, right? But it really depends on kind of where you're at in a mental space, or what you can do in that space. So, but that's what I'm getting, Annie. So hopefully that helps somewhat. And I'm gonna do this really quick. Hold on 1 second here as I do this. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kayla. Send it, hold on, Kayla, before you go, send it as like I'm a friend or a family member, because then they don't take a fee. If you want. I mean, you don't have to do that. Maybe that sounds kind of weird, but yeah. I get it. I can't sleep or poop at strange houses. So, not that you needed to know that last one, but there you go. You're not getting out of bed till August. Hopefully things work out though, Annie, in a better way here. Like I said, this is a template, sort of. We can change this though. Things can change. Things can work more in our favor. It's not set in stone in any way, shape, or form. It's just kind of taking your energy now, moving forward with it. But we can definitely change it as time moves on. But yeah. And while I'm doing this here, I'm going to go this way, and I do appreciate the donation though, Annie, and when I come back, we can do some more sessions if you want. May 2nd is going to be when I come back, just because I need to take a little breaky poo, you know. Let me do this really quick. But yeah, so we'll see what we can do. So Hans, what are you studying for in college? Let me do this really quick here. You're studying business management. Ooh. That sounds fancy. That's some highfalutin stuff you're going after. Us country folk don't understand. Business management. That sounds intimidating. Hey, my brain isn't meant for math either. But are you one of those people, though, that does the thing where they're like, I'm not good at it, but then it turns out that you're actually really good at it, but you're really hard on yourself? Are you one of those people? Because it's annoying when people are like, I can't draw, I can't do math, and then you see and they're like a master artist, and you're like, oh, okay, you're just weird. You're welcome, Annie. And I wish you the best, my friend, I really do. Well, I'll show you some art stuff while we're tinkering around here. Hopefully, Hans, you don't mind seeing some art from yours truly. Because you're failing. Oh, okay, Hans. All right. You gotta not do that. I failed math too, though, right? I look like I would like eat math for lunch. You know, I look like that kind of person. Not that kind of nerd. Just like Simpsons and stuff. Like funny stuff is what I'm into. Anyway. Let me do this here. Actually, no, let's do this one first. Awesome. Okay, perfect. So let's do this one. Oh, I gotta hold on. Okay. Yes, I'm a geek. Yes. What's the difference? So a nerd's like smart, but a geek is just not like that. Sounds right to me. You're welcome, Annie. You're very welcome. And I truly do wish you the best. And thank you again for supporting the channel. And like I said, I'll be back May 2nd when I get back. Okay, so let's do this one. Or no. This one. So that's one of them that I've done. What do you think of that one? My Hans Zimmerman friend. Is your real name Hans Coco? Because if so, I mean, it's memorable. Ah, okay. I didn't know there was definitions for these things. You learn something new every day. Kind of, yeah, it's kind of like a mandala. It's these, yeah, it's kind of like these flowers that I draw. And I can show you this here. Oh, thank you, Kayla. I've got some more I can show here, so let's do this one. Definitely not your name. Okay, I figured, but I had to ask. Because Hans Coco has that ring to it. It either sounds like a burlesque dancer in Vegas or like RuPaul's Drag Race kind of a name, you know what I mean? And so I like it. I'm glad you like this one. Okay, I'll show you some of the other ones, guys. Let me do this here. So, okay, where did it go? There it is. Okay, and then we have this one. Come on. Okay, come on. There we go. No, that one I want to show you guys last. Okay, this one. This is the one I want to show you. Oh, Florencia, you're very sweet. Thank you. This one was fun to draw. This one was, I mean, it does have the mandala effects to them. And so I don't know. Thank you, Hans. That's very sweet. I appreciate that. I did this one today and I love these colors together. It's like a teal and then there's like red, like a teal and blood red or like burgundy. Damn, they're my favorite. They're my favorite. Okay, let me show you one more here. One more. But let's do this, because this is always the fun part. So, I'll show you here. We go like this. Then we take this one. Then we go here and we go like that. Look at that, right? You can combine them and make them into these own little images of like interesting shit and stuff. All right, one more though. Let me show you guys one more. And that's awesome, Hans. You feel like you're drawn to it. I was drawn to it as well, and I also drawn it. So it makes sense both ways. Okay, anyway, let's do this one. This one is the one, when I drew it, I never know what I'm going to draw. It kind of just happens, right? You want me to put that one on a shirt? I should put that one on a shirt. Okay, let's do this one here. This one is my favorite so far, so let's do this. There we go. What do you guys think of that one? This one right here, this was one of the funnest ones I've drawn in a minute. The way the colors were flowing into it and the way it was kind of like that and the black outline around the tips there. This one was fun. This one was fun to draw. I had a couple more, but it's kind of like, it gives kaleidoscope vibes. It kind of does, doesn't it? Let's do it again, though. Let's do this one more time. Awesome, Kayla. I'm glad you like it. Let's go. So when I do my art, it's kind of like, it's combinable, right? You can keep making... I can basically keep stacking the images on top of each other and it makes it more intricate. It makes it kind of fun. What else did I do? I think that's kind of like, it's interesting. I think, is it too overdone? It's probably too overdone. And it is like a flower, like a cosmic flower. Maybe I'm just overthinking it then. Okay, so then, what ones haven't you guys seen? I feel like I've shown you guys so many of these already. Wait, you can make a cool color therapy book out of this? Okay, what is color therapy? You guys will have to tune me in. What is color therapy? Is that just like you're coloring in a coloring book? That sounds awesome, by the way. Okay. What was this one? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to show you one more here that I really liked. But go, anything else? I think we've seen all the other ones. Oh yeah, that one was really cool. Okay, I think I've got the one I was going to show you. Right here. Really detailed drawing. I'll have to look into that. I think I've seen those before. I think like Walmart has the it's like adult coloring books or something like that. Okay, there we go. This one is my favorite that I've drawn in recent memory, and then yeah, I'll show you guys this one. And Florencia's already seen this, but there we go. That one was definitely one of my funnest ones to draw. This one here, it's my new favorite. The pink flower was really good, but this one's my new favorite. And in fact, if I can rearrange that just for a second here. All right, let's do this. Yeah, you've seen that one. You've seen that one, Florencia, if I'm not mistaken. But we're just going to do one more stack, and then I promise I'm off the stuff for good. Thank you, Annie. Let's see. There you go. It kind of flows together, right? I mean, thank you, Hans. That's very sweet. I appreciate that. I have so many of these, but it's like, I don't know. I've had some days where all I do, literally for 8 hours, is I'm just drawing, and I don't want to. It's like I hurt. My body hurts. My hand hurts, but there's like something that's making me draw these, and it's, you know. And this is with Procreate. So if you guys think that I'm doing all the super nice lines by hand, I have help. I'm not that steady-handed, I can promise you that. You would not want me to do your surgeries. I'd be that guy that leaves a sponge in your colon. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take these off here, but thank you guys so much for letting me do that. Okay, so Kayla says color therapy, a form of therapy that uses color and light to treat certain mental and physical conditions. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I think I've seen something like that. I think, like, I feel like Walmart, and of course that's my example. But yeah, you wouldn't find a better combination any other way. Well, thank you guys. Like drawing, okay, sun-filled rooms and colored glasses and coloring. An Easter cross like a lily. Yeah, it kind of does, actually. I can see that, Annie. That makes sense. Well, I'll take this one off. Maybe I'll put this design on the, I figured you meant sun-filled. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Kayla. Kayla, you're fine. Don't worry about it. I can read between the... Do you really have 17 wives? No, I don't have 17 wives. Just 15. No, I'm making a joke because Utah is known as being like polygamy central. And when I go to the store, a lot of times, because the polygamists have to wear their hair and they have to wear these horrible dresses, and their hair it looks like it's from the 1700s, but they're in that cult. It's called the FLDS, and so there are polygamists that live sort of around here, but yeah, I definitely would not condone it. Back then, the reason why they took on more wives was because when they were crossing the you know, I have 3 cats. And that's a lot more than 2. That's one whole other cat, and so it's, yeah. But the polygamy thing caught on because in the days where they were crossing the plains trying to get to Utah, I guess, you know, and start up their funky religion, they decided that if the husband dies on the trek, the wives needed protection from a man. And so a man was able to take on more than one wife during that time because they needed, you know, the support, I guess, right? They make it sound like it was this noble thing. Like, oh, I'll take on another wife. But it's like, no, it's just weird. Anyway, okay, I'm going to get rid of these. And then, so Kayla, let's do your session. And actually, we can see what the different ones look like if we go like that, or if we do this. Anyway, okay, let's delete these. Thank you guys, though, for just being super sweet and nice. I appreciate that. Alright, let's do this here. Let's remove. I don't know what I'm going to do being on break for as long as I'm... it's like 16 days or something. I really don't know what I'm going to do. And my classes have stopped too, so I can't take my classes anymore. Oh, thank you, Charlene. I didn't even know you were here. I'll make some new ones. While I'm gone. I'll get you guys all set up with some nice, new, fresh art. The blue flower is your favorite. I liked that one too. Super cool, honestly. So Kayla, do you think you're ready to do our session here? Thank you in advance if you fall asleep right away. This is what I do. So, a lot of times when my girlfriend has had trouble sleeping, she's used my energy to help her fall asleep, and she falls asleep every time. I've always been able to make people tired. And part of me is insulted by that, but another part of me says, well, okay. You know, if I'm boring, at least I'm boring in a way where you get restful sleep. So, you know. I'm going to go take a pee-pee, and then when I come back, we can start doing the energy work. And then, yeah, so I'll be back here in just a second. So Kayla, get in a comfortable position. And, yeah, hold on. walking through a maze. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's get it all stretched out and let's do this. There we go. Alright, Kayla. Get yourself in a nice, comfortable position. Handstanding is fine. That's how I sleep, upside down like a bat. Okay. So we're going to start by sending in some energy here. And the way we can kind of focus on this, I like to focus on a golden ball of light. And as this golden, oh, thank you, Charlene. As this golden ball of light comes out, hold on one second. I'm gonna just do this really quick. There we go. All right, let's do this.